Wish me luck. So, for anybody who's never seen this run before, we basically don't even fight anything. Just before somebody gets disappointed or something, yeah, we don't really fight stuff in this game. I know it's Doom, but this run is broken as fuck, so yeah, just fair warning. All right.
They are rage.
Why are my splits not working? Oh, I know why. Wait, do I know why? Oh, there we go.
Brutal. Without mercy.
What are we doing if not fighting? You'll see.
You will be worse. Rip and tear until it is done.
I barely got to watch GDQ, man. I was busy with my fucking marathon. Didn't really have time. All right. So we start the run. Oh, I was supposed to keep shooting. We're not supposed to get that animation. Also, so basically we're gonna start the run and instantly go out of bounds. We're not gonna pick up our suit. There is actually an out of bounds you can do here,
We have to
but it was kind of annoying, and I'm just doing my old strat. So basically we come here, and then we jump. Wait, I gotta turn off my on-screen crosshair. Fucking me up. Alright. You're right. You need to come right here. And we need to... It's off to a good start. I should have practiced this more, considering this is literally the start of the game. Oh, there we go. We almost got it. Alright, so we need to push ourselves into this wall. We're gonna jump up here, jump here, jump here, jump here. Well, that's not good. I think I'm fucked, chat. Just gonna spawn in the enemies. No. Okay, we're fine. Alright, there's a backup strat. It's okay. We're gonna come over to this wall and just push ourselves into it. You know, no worries. Oh, you fucking piece of shit. God damn it, dude. Well, off to a good start. It's okay. I'll show you how to do it properly this time.
We have to contain this.
I don't remember exactly what the inputs are for this, so I'm like kind of struggling. You need to like wedge yourself in a specific way here, but I don't. Get me in there, you bitch. Man, hold on, I gotta turn off my heater. Oh, it's getting so fucking hot in here already. This is on current patch. I don't know why I didn't practice this one more, because I don't actually remember how to do this exactly. Oh, there we go. The jumps here are a little finicky. Little finicky. We jump here. And we fall through. Alright, well, backup strat it is. Fuck's sakes. We're supposed to walk along that seam there, but I fucked it up. Bro, go up, you bitch. There we go. Alright. So now we're in here. We're gonna aim right here. Get our cursor here. I don't think I did it quite right. Oh, no, I did have it. Damn it, bro. This is how specific some of the lineups are here. Okay, I'm fucking this up because I don't remember exactly how to do it. I don't remember if it needs to be on the line or to the side of the line. But yeah, some of these setups are like pixel perfect. Well, not... Oh, there we go.
I'm willing to take full responsibility for the horrible events of the last 24 hours, but you must understand. Our interest in their world was purely for the betterment of mankind. Everything has clearly gotten out of hand now, yes. But it was worth the risk, I assure you.
Hold on, I gotta ban this guy in the YouTube chat. He's fucking pissing me off. Idiot. Alright. Alright. What did he do? I don't know. Take a guess. He was being a fucking asshole. Big surprise. Alright. So, we are gonna do a thing called a rail boost. We need to line ourselves up very specifically here like this. Aim here. And we fucked it. We're looking for a specific rock on the ground, which I already... Oh, here it is. We're looking for this rock. There we go.
God rested on the seventh day, but imagine how much further along we would be.
Like...
That's why I'm using the 7 day rule. Now we can achieve greatness alongside the co-workers every day. Let's never stop achieving.
It's even more broken now, CB. Alright, now we are going to come over here and look for...
I am Vega, the sentient intelligence assigned to Mars. After running diagnostics on the Praetor suit, it appears that I can activate optional challenges that, when completed, will assist in upgrading your arsenal at
Right
an
here.
accelerated pace. I have added a tracking component to your dossier.
Game loud? I don't know, is it? it down, I guess. Alright, anyways, we are gonna come over here. Gonna jump up here. Then we're gonna line up with this spot right here. And we're gonna aim here. I think it's like this. That's where we need to be. I kind of messed it up, but all right, we're gonna go here. We're gonna crouch into this wall so we can paperclip. Hello, let me paperclip. Why? I'm crouching, right? Hello? There we go. Okay. Now we're gonna jump down here. Need to land here. And then we need to jump here. This is a really sketchy level, by the way, chat. Like, really sketchy. And then we need to jump here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need to jump on this, and this, and this, and this. If we fall in bounds, we have to restart the entire level every time. So.
After running more diagnostics on the active Praetor suit, it appears that I can accelerate the upgrading of your arsenal by measuring your combat effectiveness. I have added a tracker to your helmet's display.
The facility will not allow you access to the turbine room unless the demonic threat level is brought down inside the
A lot of these boosts are because of 200 FPS. All right. This is not good. This is not good, chat. Holy fuck, the screen. We need to clip through this wall, and it's a very specific setup. I messed it up. It's okay. Where's the fucking enemies? Hello? Wait, what? Oh, wait. Wait, what? Okay. I don't know. I need to restart the mission. I don't know why the enemies are gone. Speedrunning showcase that is slower than a casual playthrough.
After running more diagnostics.
You know what? I'm gonna fucking ban you. You're a fucking retard. Oh wait, hold on. Why is my ban button not working? Oh, there we go. All right.
On the active Praetor suit, it appears that I can accelerate the upgrading of your arsenal.
Why you gotta say a slur? Cause that guy's, that is what he is. Sorry, that was rude.
The facility will not allow you access to the turbine room unless the demonic
He's just,
threat level
it's
is
so,
brought
it's so
down
rude, man.
inside the foundry.
I guess he's just making a joke, but. Tired of your fucking shitty joke. Shitty jokes. and try to do it on one of these guys. This is a pretty annoying clip to do. Fuck. Alright. It's not supposed to. Okay, please. There we go. Nice. Alright. Now we're gonna come down here. Grab this assault rifle. Stand right here. Supposed to do a rail boost there, but I guess I messed it up. Let's try this again. There we go. Gonna jump here and fall down. There's like a specific spot. There we go. Jump up here, and then we're gonna do something called a paper clip. You've already seen me do it a few times. We're gonna like wedge ourselves in this collision. We're gonna walk along here. Jump here, jump here. Climb here, jump here, jump here. Jump here, here, here. Oh no, and I fucked it. And I think this is rip run, chat. I need to read. I accidentally did a second jump. I fucking jumped when I touched the ground. Oh, you actually got a checkpoint here. Oh, that's so nice. I actually forgot about that. Nice. Oh, wait a sec though. Hold on. We might not have the assault rifle. Oh no, we do. Okay. Yeah, this is with mouse and keyboard. We need to walk around this corner. And then when we get here, we need to drop down to the left, and then we jump. And that's the end of the level.
Olivia is using the tower to drill a doorway into their world. You can prevent her from opening the
Untethered
gate
cross-dimensional
by
activity.
disabling the tower induction filters.
There is an out of bounds strat here, but we're just gonna do this strat. It's only like, I don't know, it's not that much slower, so. When I used to run this game, we could just jump straight to this platform here. Because we had the rockets. Alright. So this skip is kind of punishing. If I mess it up, well, alright, so we stand right here. We die. Almost. We actually that was good, but I messed up my movement. Okay, I think so. There's a trick in this game. I don't have the bind set up for it, so we're gonna have to change this. We can use our scroll wheel to interact with the panel from far range.
primary access points to the tower were destroyed in the explosion. The pipeline is damaged but still intact. There are thrust boots in the maintenance hangar. We're
gonna come right here.
The pipeline.
That is not that's not what we wanted to happen. There we go. So we're gonna pick up these boots. These give us double jump.
Based off a prototype developed by Samuel Hayden's research.
Why is it not? Bro, why are you? Why is it not fucking boosting me? So just to give you guys some clarification, the reason that all of this works, well, you can't see it, but we're running on Vulcan for the. I don't know what it's called, but the engine, I guess we're running on Vulcan, which allows the game to run at 200 FPS, which is the API. Yeah. We're running on the Vulcan API, which, bro, what the fuck? Which allows these crazy boosts. So, okay, there is like a strat. Yeah, all you do is like you jump against this rail and it like boosts you up, but I don't know, I'm having issues with it for some reason. Okay. So now we are going to line ourselves up right here. And then we're gonna aim right here. And we're gonna open our dossier and buffer a forward jump and it failed. Okay, that's good. I hope my lineup wasn't off. Wait, is it one more forward? No, that doesn't. Well, we could try it, but that doesn't. Oh, no, I guess that is. Okay. Oh, okay.
Welcome to
We're gonna go here. And we're gonna die. I don't know, I'm supposed to double jump there, but I think I was falling for too long, so I wasn't able to
Welcome to
double
the
jump.
UAC, opening the gates of hell.
We're gonna pick up this Gauss cannon, which is like really, really good for the speedrun.
Welcome to the UAC, opening the gates of hell.
Okay, I don't know why this has been happening. This thing is not. Why is it? Okay, I don't know. I'm gonna have to ask a Doom Runner. I don't know. The gun is spawning with 10 ammo, and I don't know why. Why is it spawning with fucking 10 ammo? This thing is not supposed to have 10 ammo in it. I don't know why this has been. This happened to me in practice as well, and I have no idea why. So we need to kill 6 enemies here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's kill a 7th just for good measure. Alright. And we're gonna jump down here.
The road to hell is paved by Argent Energy.
Grab the ammo upgrade.
The road to hell is paved by Argent Energy.
All right. All right, we need to change our FPS to 175. And now we're gonna go over to this sand mound.
We'll set up a portal device at
We're gonna
Use the
mark our path.
I'm gonna jump up here. I don't know if I need to reload checkpoint now. I think I'm gonna reload checkpoint. I don't know. We can't afford to use too much of our ammo here. Yeah, I think I'm just not gonna do the Gauss boosts here.
He is here.
Well, I don't know if you've seen this. There's a new strat here, Tim, compared to probably what you used to do. You'll see.
We'll set up a portal device at the tube. Use the light poles to mark our path.
Okay, you've seen the rail boost. Alright, so we're gonna jump over here. That's not great. Alright, now we're gonna line up with this green blob. I don't know how precise this is, and we're gonna line up right here. We're gonna take out our Gauss cannon, and we're gonna fall. That's great. Alright, well. Yeah, I still needed Scythe. I mean, I'm not playing Arc Raiders that much right now, but I mean, if you found one, and there's nobody else who wants it, I would take it. Be down to play Arc with you sometime if you want. If you get to fight any bosses, you'll have to find out. So easy to hit the wall there. Okay. So we're gonna line up here. I'm fucked. Actually, yeah, no, I'm fucked. I could have saved that. So like the thing about this. Oh, okay, Scythe. Are you talking about the locked room in Bluegate? Because, yeah, that's where I found mine before, too.
He is here.
Well, like the breach room. Yeah, I don't know why that room spawns it so much. But the problem is, that room is so contested, like fucking everybody and their mother wants to go there.
We'll set up a portal device at the tube. Use the light poles to mark our path.
Like if you don't spawn like next to that spot, you just can't, like, you're never going to be able to loot it. Or at least that's how it was when the wipe started, but maybe it's better now. All right, let's try this again. God damn it, dude. This fuck.
He is here.
The thing about the skip is you need to press W late. You need to do a late W press, but it's scary because if you press it too late, you just fall down, which is what happened one of those times. Bruh. I'm just not even gonna try to Gauss boost this part. I know stream yesterday because I was practicing. Oh my. Bro. Oh, I thought we were on Ark.
The Argent Tower is destroyed. The portal can no longer be closed from this side. The hell energy flows from a location.
This run is
in the
basically
world
just all
we
skips,
call
by the way, chat. So
But you've returned.
we're gonna jump up here, stand right here,
Blood to walk between dimensions.
and then hit a rail boost here.
Anyway. Vega is trying to access Olivia's files. If you can get to the nearest terminal, we will provide you with information. That's all for now.
All right. Now we're gonna do a clip here. We're gonna line up this smudge on the glass with this part of the monitor. Boom.
Now approaching UAC
Meeting
Advanced
Bryce.
Research Complex.
I actually think the run is easier than it used to be, Tim.
My office is on the second floor of this facility.
Okay. No, the paperclip stuff is really not that hard. Like, maybe it looks scary, but... Come on. Alright, so we are going to do another paperclip right here.
This vast state-of-the-art research, design, and production center uses cutting-edge
Hopefully.
technology and fabrication
There we go.
techniques to prototype everything from robotics to weaponry to subspace communication systems.
Gonna work our way through that wall. Kind of. I mean, it's like not that simple, Tim, but more or less. Okay. Need to grab this chainsaw and this Gauss ammo through the wall. Now we're gonna go over here. Need to get onto this. Line up like this. We're gonna grab the BFG. I come in here, jump here, jump here, jump here, boost here, paperclip here. Let me out, dude. Okay, now this part is really scary. Hopefully we don't fuck it up. Nice. Come over here, aim here, aim here.
You'll find the Helix Stone in Olivia's private archival lab deep within this facility. Few have ever seen the stone. But if you came to us for a reason, you might be able to see something in it we haven't.
Alright, so now we're doing another paperclip. This one's kind of fucking annoying. I don't really fully... like... Need to aim at this corner. Oh, okay, that looks good. Get me in there, bitch. How am I not going in? I don't know. I don't know what's going wrong here, chat. This paperclip is like really finicky. Oh, there we go. Okay. Gonna get over here. Gonna stand right here. Just ourselves right here. Just ourselves right here. Alright, so this is like one of my favorite strats in the run coming up. We're gonna come over here. And we're gonna line up... Wait, wrong one. We're gonna line up this black shadow with this crack, this like line in the glass. And then that's gonna allow us to press an elevator button, which is for some reason out of bounds. And then we're gonna stand on that. And we're gonna come over here. I gotta retry. I fucked up. Oh, right. We have to restart the mission.
Kadun Masamedna, Cryos Enigma, and Mat Dilak, Creon High, Olen Divinu.
Now we're gonna walk right here. Do another Gauss boost. Can we save this? I don't think we can save this. This is like probably the hardest mission for the speedrun, I think. This might take us a little while. This is a new strat, by the way, that I never did before when I ran this game. I mean, part of this is like a strat that I used to do, but not all of it. Let me get my... Oh my god. Fine. How we saved it. Why is it so hard? It's so hard to get... So hard to get onto this fucking spot.
Kadun Masamedna, Cryos Enigma, and Mat Dilak, Creon High, Olen Divinu.
There we go. Nope. Alright, so now we need to boost off of this thing. We save this? I don't think so. Oh. The thing is, chat, this isn't even the... I don't know, we might want to use the trainer for this, but I'll try it like legit a few times at least, but this hello? No, this is a new strat, and it's really scary. Like, you'll understand why it's so scary once I get there, or once I try it. Alright, so now we line up with the corner of this box, and we aim. Alright, I'm gonna make a quick save here. We aim right here, and we do a... Oh, wait a sec. Hold on. Fuck. Oh, shit. Why do I have fucking monitor capture on? Oh, shit, wait. Hold on. I need to check. I need to check what FPS I need for this. I can't remember. Oh, it's 160. Okay. I thought so, but I wasn't 100% sure. Okay. So 160 FPS, we look right here, and then we jump, and we come over here. Oh, don't die! Oh, thank God. And we just skipped to after the cyber demon. The thing is, so the reason that is so scary, if you miss that set, like, you need to land directly above the end of the level checkpoint. If you're like slightly to the side, you just explode. You just instantly fucking die. So, yeah, not very fun. Can I not chainsaw this guy? Alright, I'm gonna do a safe strat here. That's not good. Well, it was supposed to be a safe strat, but then I completely fucked it up. Oops. You don't think you've seen a missed BFG shot? Well, the thing about BFG though is you don't want to actually hit the target with the BFG. Thing is, these fucking guys are still on me. Oh, this is so ass, bro. This is not speed, by the way. This is terrible. I'm just gonna kill this guy. Oh, this guy's probably gonna come fucking kill me anyways. There's a paperclip I need to do here, and it's like, I don't know how to do it, is the problem. Now Fatty's gonna come fuck me up, oh god. I just don't know how to do this stupid paperclip, man. No, I don't think it's the FPS. I just don't know how to do it. This one is like the most finicky out of like everything. At least it feels that way. Like I don't understand. Didn't you used to come over here and then shoot the... Okay, whatever. Now we have a checkpoint and we can try this. I think it's easier if you're like aiming down sights, but... Get in there, you fuck. Do I have to crouch? What? Oh no, now I'm stuck. Now I can't uncrouch. Oh, now I'm... How do you get through this fucking thing? Oh, there we go. But I only have one Wait, why do I only have one Gauss shot? Oh fuck, did I forget to pick up ammo somewhere? Oh wait, no, I forgot to chainsaw the guy. Oh. Oops. Give me my fucking ammo. All right. I don't know how this like paper clipping this corner works. I'm like, it's so hard to get. Oh, okay, wait, I think I understand. So now we go here, and then we boost straight backwards. Wait, no, I can't remember which fucking... You need to jump to a box, but I fucking can't remember where the goddamn box is. Luckily, we have a checkpoint here with the Gauss ammo, so it's okay. I think I see the corner that you're clipping into here now. Let me in. Thought it was like right here. Oh. Let me fucking in. Oh yeah, we want to boost to that box right there. And then we go here, here. Whatever, I could have done another boost, but... And we want to fall, like, right here. All right, so we grab some ammo there, and then now we do another paperclip on this corner. Then we paperclip in here. And then... Oh, we just fall down. Right. And then we boost this way. Boost onto the skull. Right here. We're gonna come out down here and grab this checkpoint just for safety. We're gonna jump up here. Grab this BFG ammo, since we wasted one earlier. Here. Kill everybody with the BFG. Wait, did I pick up enough Gauss ammo there? Actually, the boss gives Gauss ammo, it's fine. You have to fight, about that. We're gonna just hold our little weapon wheel real quick. I guess I could have gossed over to him. Oh, whatever. This is on current patch. They never fixed the weapon wheel stuff. It's Vega time. This level is fucking crazy, chat. Alright.
You have the crucible.
So we are gonna come over here and do another paperclip.
Of the well. We have a plan to send you there.
Oh right, you need to like jump or something and then you jump again? Or wait, how do you do this? Could have sworn you jump. Wait, how do you? I practiced this, but I already kind of forgot. You put your camera angle like this, and then you like jump, and somehow that like pushes you in. But maybe I'm not far enough in, or. Alright, so anyways, we are gonna line up our camera with right here. Wait, I can't remember. Do you line it up while crouched or not crouched? Oh shit, I can't remember. I think it's not crouched. And then we line up... Fuck, I can't remember where we fucking line up. I might have to check the video. I actually can't. I mean, this is how like precise everything is in this game, chat. It's just... Hold on, let me check. I'm just gonna check the video. It'll only take a second, whatever. Oh, okay. I remember now. You line up with like this line here. And then, God, this shit is scary. Fuck. Why is it so hard to fully clip in here? I don't... Yeah. Oh, there we go. I guess I have to Gauss here. I'm just afraid, am I gonna waste too much Gauss ammo? Maybe I should have restarted checkpoint. Is that gonna be a problem for Argent D'Nur? Oh, wait. No! Oh. Dude, I went too far. I forgot. It was... I almost saved it, too. Oh, damn it. That's okay. It's okay.
You have the crucible, and with it the means to contain the power of the well. We have a plan to send you there. Vega will walk you through the process.
Maybe I should just do this paperclip. I can't remember how to do this one though, so maybe you know, that's a bad idea. Let's not do that. I haven't practiced that one, so probably better to do the one that I actually know how to do. We're getting better at this one now. Now we jump here, and we line up with... Okay, Dara, it's this spot, right? This, like, corner of this fucking thing? That's it. No, dude, I didn't get enough height. God damn it. That was close, but...
You have the crucible, and with it the means to contain
I was just copying the one Seeker did in his
We
run.
have a plan to send you there. Vega will walk you through the process.
It's such a weird paperclip.
Weaponizing demons for a brighter tomorrow.
It's a bad boost.
You have the crucible, and with it the means to contain the power of the well. We have a plan to send you there. Vega will walk you through the process.
Let me in. Oh my god. Let me in. Let me in. This shit is so fucking jank. What the hell? I thought I, like, kind of understood it, but now I'm... I'm, like, in there, but I can't fully get in. Why can't I get in? Oh, there we go. Not really even sure what I did differently, but... Alright, you know what? Hold on. I'm gonna check Seeker's lineup here, just to be sure. Okay, he doesn't actually crouch. He just aims his gun down. Fuck it. Send it. No, that was good. We should have had that. I didn't turn enough. Dude. Damn it, man. Fucking Vega. This is the YOLO lineup. Yeah, probably not my best choice for a marathon run, but whatever.
We have a plan to send you there. Vega will walk you through the process.
I think I understand. Yeah, you just... I actually think I understand how to do this now, at least. This paperclip. Hey, here we go. Here we go, chat. This is it. Fuck it. YOLO. Oh, that's... That is not good. Fuck, man. Oh. Well, at least we're starting to get the paperclip.
You have the crucible, and with it the means to contain the power of the well. We have a plan to send you there. Vega will walk you through the process.
Oh, come on, you bitch. Dude. Oh. Oh, God. On you, thank you for the 15 months. It's fine. It's fine, guys.
You have the crucible, and with it the means to contain the power of the well. We have a plan to send you there. Vega will walk you through the process.
Okay, nice. We're here. Good. That looks good. Fuck it. YOLO. Can we save it? I don't think we can save it, chat. Is this savable? God damn it, dude. You know, funny enough, I was practicing this yesterday, and I did not... I don't think I fell down here a single time. Or, like, I was actually hitting this, like, super reliably, but I think the pressure is just getting to me.
You have the crucible.
It's okay, we'll get it. We'll get it.
The means to contain the power of the well. We have a plan to send you there.
At least we're getting the
Vega
paper
will walk
clip.
you through the process.
That's good. Yeah, I'm not turning quickly enough. I'm like... a lot better when you shoot stuff. I don't know, man. Agree to disagree. I mean, Doom is not like Doom is cool when you're actually fighting stuff, but I also like I like broken
We
runs.
have a plan to send you there. Vega will walk you through the process.
Yeah, that's not as fun, Dara.
Weaponizing demons from Rider Dawn.
Man, oh my god, I had too much speed. I tried to slow down, but I couldn't slow down enough. And it's just I just had so much fucking speed from that launch. Hey Arcado, thank you for the 15 months.
You have the Crucible, and with it the means to contain the power of the well. We have a plan to send you there. Vega will walk you through the process.
That's... Bro, why is that such a weak boost, man? Is my FPS not stable? Dude, I was like fucking baby boost, bro. What the fuck is that?
You have the Crucible, and with it the means to
I guess
contain
my
the
setup
power
was
of
just
the
not that
well.
good.
We have a plan to send you there. Vega will walk you through the process.
Alright, it's fine. We got this. Come on, YOLO boost, fucking work. No! I was right fucking there, dude. Why am I so... Dude, I was like fucking right there, man. God damn it, bro.
You have the Crucible, and with it the means to contain the power of the well. We have a plan to send you there. Vega will walk you through the process.
I actually, out of all the levels, I really did not think this would be the one that would, like, give me issues. But I guess we are using the YOLO lineup, so... Oh, what is that? Hologram? Having a timer for each game would be nice. We do have a timer for each game, but this is 42 games in. I'm not gonna have 42 splits on the screen.
You have the crucible, and with it the means to contain the power of the well. We have a plan.
Why are you actually asking why, Chad? Or are you just trying to piss me off? Bro. Be nice to see the previous split. Well, yeah, that would be nice. But that would also require me to leave my PC running for 20 days straight. Which is just not realistic, so. I don't know if I could have saved it there. Bro, this is fucked. Honestly, I might go check my... I might go check another fucking run to see what setup they do, because this is fucking bullshit, bro. I don't know, it just feels like my boosts are so low. Like I'm not getting, I don't know, I'm not getting any boosts that are like high up. I'm just always, I'm so,
You have the crucible.
I'm just not, it's not like I'm never high enough.
Contain the power of the well.
I don't know why.
We have a plan to send you there. Vega will walk you through the process.
Dude, I fucking turned too fast and I cut my momentum, I think. I think that was fine. I don't know though, Dara. Like I'm looking at the second place. Dude, in the second place run, bro is like so much higher.
Crucible, and with it the means to contain the power of the well. We have a plan to send you there. Vega will walk you through the process.
Let me in, dude. I'm dead again. You have the crucible, and with it, the means to contain the power of the well. We have a plan to send you there. We'll walk you through the process.
You have the crucible, and with it the means to contain the power of the well. We have a plan to send you there. Vega will walk you through the process.
Bro, what do you mean? What do you mean, man? Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking crash out, bro. Please, please, please. This is it. This is it. This is it. I'm not doing the movement right. I'm not doing the movement right. I'm going too much to the left. I'm supposed to go to the right of that fucking white wall, I think. But I'm going to the left of it, and I don't know why. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. I need to open up the window, bro. It's too hot in here.
You have the crucible, and with it the means to contain the power of the well. We have a plan to send you there.
I'm overheating.
Vega will walk you through the process.
I'm starting to get this paperclip pretty fast, at least. Getting pretty good at it. I killed all my momentum. Dude, I didn't mean to turn too fast. God damn it, man. It's a way to run through this area like a normal person. I mean, if you want to see me do a casual playthrough of the level for 2 hours straight, sure. But obviously we're not gonna fucking do that.
You have the crucible, and with it the means to contain the power of the well. We have a plan to send you there. Vega will walk you through the process.
Okay. Dude, it's like, why am I just, I'm like fucking so close to making it, but every time I'm just, why am I just, I'm like fucking 1 foot away from clearing the fucking ledge, man. My god, dude. Yeah, I know, that was good, Dara. That was like, that was good. It's just the height wasn't good enough. Sometimes you like bounce off the ledge though, and you get enough height anyways, but...
Vega will walk you through the process.
I had so much fucking momentum on that one, I don't know why.
You have the crucible, and with it the means to contain plan to send you there. Vega will walk you through the process.
Why does that like, I don't understand why it just doesn't rail boost you sometimes. Guess it's a timing issue. I don't know. It's just fucking annoying. Or maybe it's like a setup issue. I mean, I just don't get it. I don't get it. Why is that not fucking rail boosting me, dude? We already did Dishonored.
And with it, the means to contain the
This level is
power
gonna
of the
take as
well.
long as all the other fucking levels combined at this rate, dude.
Vega will walk you through the process.
Fucking Vega incident. Why? Dude, come on! Holy fuck, dude. Why doesn't it rail boost me? I guess I'm going too late. And tap W. Yeah, I should just tap it. You're right. I don't know, like, can I don't want to keep wasting my Gauss ammo. I don't know how much Gauss ammo I can afford to waste here. I mean, I think normally you do like 2 Gauss boosts. Because I know there's some Gauss ammo at the start of... Wait. What? Why did I just get 100... Why did I just get... Why did I just get 150 fucking Gauss? Did I just pick that up through the wall? What the fuck was that? I just can't. I don't know. I don't know. We're gonna be on this level fucking forever, chat.
You have the crucible, and with it the means to contain the power of the well. We have a plan to send you there. Vega will walk you through the process.
I guess this rail boost is more precise than I thought. In Seeker's record run, he actually spends like a lot of time setting up this rail boost. Too high? I don't know, man. I'm gonna fucking crash out. I think my movement in the boost is kind of bad though. I'm just afraid of turning too much initially. I don't know. Clearly I needed to practice this skip a bit more. It's just, I don't know. Like, I should probably just turn on the trainer, but I'm too... I don't want to cheat to do this, because we haven't cheated for anything else in the run. It is kind of tempting. Yeah, Dara. She did an RE4R? Yeah, because I was doing the fucking rando, dude. I was doing the rando and I didn't want to do a 20-hour fucking RE4 run, so my bad. Sorry for fucking using the armor.
You have the crucible, and with it the means to contain the power of the well. We have a plan to send you there. Vega will walk you through the process.
I'm gonna fucking crash out. Like, why is that not fucking rail boosting me? Get it? Oh. Right. I don't know, I went too much to the left now. I don't know, man. That's dude. My movement during the launch here is just not, it's not good. I'm going too much to the right. I'm making this harder than it needs to be.
And with it the means to contain
Sadly,
the power of the
my
well.
practice for this was clearly
We have a
not
plan to send you there.
good.
Vega will walk you through
Yeah, I
the
mean, we'll get
process.
it. It's frustrating. Yeah, it's just funny because, like, I actually practiced this shit, and I was, like, doing it pretty consistently, like, both of the launches. So I was like, oh, whatever, I feel, like, good about this. And, well, clearly I was wrong. Okay. Dude, I went above all the invis walls. Make a save there. Yeah, I mean, I can make a save there. It's no problem. The thing is, if I make a save there, then it's like,
You have the crucible, and with it the means
I don't know.
to contain the power
I'm
of the
stubborn,
well.
and it's like I could have made a save 30 minutes ago,
Vega
and I
will walk you
haven't.
through the
So I don't
process.
really want to cop out by making a save. Because if I make a save, I can literally just try it over and over again every 5 seconds. It's, but I mean, obviously we have other games to do in the marathon and stuff, but just, I would just like to do it legit, even though I know it doesn't really matter. Yeah, Dara, you're right. Whatever, I'm gonna keep trying, I don't care. Oh my god, we did it! Wow. 45 minutes later, yippee. Oh my god. Yeah, I was so close, Dara.
Thank you, Vega.
How close it is normally if you don't get the high boost. Well, like in practice, I was getting that height, but then I would like smash into the wall and I would like get launched upward. Like that kept happening to me in practice. I don't know. Yep, this is the last level. Okay. This is okay. It's not not preferred, but it's okay. This fucking jump is so troll, dude. Like, the problem is sometimes when you press W, your character like loses moment, or sometimes when you need to do like a backwards Gauss boost here, but sometimes when you do the Gauss boost, your character like loses momentum if you're standing on the wrong spot, and then you just get like a giga shit fucking boost. I was doing something like, dude, what is that fucking momentum, bro? Why am I getting nothing? Like, hey, I guess I fucking get it, man. Yeah, but I feel like if you don't hold S for long enough, you also don't get, like, enough speed, though. No? The FPS doesn't really matter. There we go. Now we come over here. Jump here. Now we stand right here. No, it's too much fucking speed. I tried to slow down. Maybe I should have double jumped. I was coming in at such like a bad angle. Like normally you have a bit more height there, but I didn't have that much height there, so I had to like, oh, there's a very easy, it's very easy to, yeah, I know, Dara, it's just, well, that's because I had like too much forward momentum though. Can I save this somehow? Try this again. Oh, that's fine. Alright, we're almost there, chat. Alright, so now we come over here. And... I think it's right here. Yep. So we paperclip into this wall. So we're actually skipping the final boss with this. Oh, I'm fucked. Yeah, I don't know. I think I just didn't do my second shot fast enough. Dude. Ugh. Fucking... Everything is so slippery on these fucking rocks. I hate it. We did it! Woo! GG. Yeah, the end of the game actually has a trigger. Like, after you beat the final boss, it teleports you into this room. So you can actually get to the, like, you're not meant to get to this room.
To understand your motivation. You think the only way is to kill them all, leave nothing behind. And you may be right. But we can't just shut it all down. Without Argent energy, it will be worse. I don't expect you to agree.
This is such a cool skip.
We can continue our work. I am not the villain in this story. I do what I do because there is no choice.
Rerouting tether coordinates complete.
Our time is up. I can't kill you, but I won't have you standing in our way. Until we see each other again.
Did I watch the RE9 showcase? I did. It was pretty bad. Pretty ass. You didn't watch the box segment? I don't even know what that means. You said it was okay after seeing it. I mean... we got to see some stuff at least. In that regard, it was okay. But... Alright, I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be right back. I still can't believe that there was no demo. It's like, let's do... Oh, yo, Dara, thank you for the gifted sub, man. It's like, let's do drops for a showcase that is 15 minutes long. That speedrun isn't entertaining in the slightest. What speedrun? I'm gonna go use the restroom, chat. I'll be right back. All right. I am back. GG Doom. All right, chat. It is time for the next game. Hey, we didn't use the trainer a single time. I had the trainer running in the background, but I really didn't want to use it. I mean, we would have been able to finish the run 30 minutes faster if I did use it, but whatever. Still uses G502. What? What's that supposed to mean? You know, funny enough, I was using like an ultra lightweight mouse for a while, but then I switched back to the G502 because I don't know, like I didn't really like the ultra lightweight that much. One of the most annoying things for me personally with the ultra lightweight was every time, like if I'm trying to set up like an ultra specific, like a lineup, I would let, a lot of the time, the moment I let go of my mouse, it like, because the mouse is so lightweight, I would let go of my mouse and it would move like a pixel. Because it's so fucking light that I just, like, I literally can't take my hands off the mouse without it moving like a tiny bit. And that was fucking driving me insane. Like, maybe that's just a me issue, but... I don't know if it's the mouse. Well, I mean, it could be the mouse pad. I don't want a mouse pad that feels like fucking sandpaper, though. Like, I want the mouse to move. I don't want to have to, like, drag it through the fucking glue of the mouse pad. I like a heavy mouse way more, honestly. I really don't like the super light mice at all. All right. Pre-order Doom the Dark Ages. Pre-order.
Accessible through the main menu, the Rivetorian.
All right. Well, it is on to the next game, chat. This game might be a fucking disaster. Possibly. Amok? Amok is easy, chat. Well, I mean, Amok can be easy. It is time for crab. Which the thing is, I'm not, dude, I don't even know, like, I looked on speedrun.com. I checked, dude, I was trying to figure out if this is current patch, by the way. I was trying to figure out if, like, I don't know if you need to run this game on old patch, but there's literally no fucking information on speedrun.com. I checked the fucking Moist Challenge Discord. I was trying to figure out, like, I don't know if I need a fucking down patch. I don't think I do. Also, we're probably gonna need to use the gun. Most likely. We might just fucking gun some of the bosses. Potentially. Dude, the final boss of this game is actual fucking cancer. It's so bad. It's such a fucking terrible fight. Like, at least in the speedrun, it's absolutely fucked. There was a runner who got stuck on the final boss of this game for 10 hours. He was trying to do runs, and I think he ended up fighting the final. It took him 10 hours to beat the final boss. Dude, the final boss, the thing is, in the speedrun, you get to the final boss, and he one-shots you, and it's like a fucking 2-minute long fight. Because you get to the boss, and you have like, it's just fucked. Although, I think there was some strat, I don't know, whatever, let's just try. Hopefully I kind of remember how to run this game. There was a glitch, though, that we used for the final boss, where the final boss is like basically if you rolled as the transition to the final area where the final boss is located happens, if you're in the middle of a roll, you would keep permanent iframes for the final boss fight, which is what we used in the speedrun. No, it wasn't frame perfect, but it was like fairly precise. And if you mess it up, your run's just dead because good luck fucking fighting the final boss without the invuln glitch. But yeah, so luckily, chat, there is a oh, I didn't want to do that. Wait, where's the fucking gun? I thought it's in the gameplay settings. Is it once you're actually in the game? I mean, I don't want to use the gun, but we're probably gonna need to use the gun. And I have no regrets, but I guess it's once you're in the game.
What word comes to mind when you think of the Earth? For
This
some,
game was
that word
actually a
might
really good
be
speedrun, though.
Beautiful.
I thought.
Others might say the world is hateful.
Like, the movement is
or
really
evil,
fun.
Or unstable, or full of shit. But above all else, the word that
Hold on, I'm gonna do
best
some
describes
stretches.
our world is resilient. Against the odds, time and time again, creatures adapt to make the most of their given environment. Some learn to feed on others, stealing their vitality for their own. Some become scavengers, living off what strangers leave behind. And others still, as we will soon see, would prefer to be simply left alone.
Go away! No one's home!
Sir, please open up.
Why no souls? What does that mean?
You're not a bird.
All right, anyways, so the loan shark, he wants our shell or something. I can't fucking remember. Wait a second, aren't I supposed to... Chad, I already forgot what I'm fucking doing. I'm supposed to grab this fucking heal thing. There we go. Okay. Can you disable tutorials? Yes. Maybe. Oh yeah, so an assist... Wait, why can't I give him a fucking gun? Huh? Not yet. Well, I don't want to give him the gun yet anyways. It's just, I'm probably just gonna shoot Michael Reeves in the face because... sorry, just to clarify, the final boss of the game is Michael Reeves, so... I'm probably just gonna shoot him. Because that fucking boss fight's fucking ass. At least in the speedrun, it's ass. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to like kill myself here in game, but whatever, it's fine. We'll go slow. Oh, maybe I should have killed. Maybe I should have. God, I'm so slow. Oh. I think we're supposed to skip this dialogue. There's like a B-hop strat here, but... but yeah, I didn't practice for this game at all, chat, so... This is probably going to be not very good. Alright, so now... There we go. There's a tech in this game. Bro, fucking... Oh, Jesus Christ. Holy shit, I'm so rusty, dude. There's a tech where you basically interrupt your... That's not good enough. Guys? You interrupt your charge attack in this game and it sends you flying. There we go. Pretty sure you can just jump up here, but I don't. How does this work? Dude, I don't fucking remember how this works, dude. Yeah, I know you can't be too close to the wall, but I don't. Hold on, I gotta ban this guy. Pissing me off. Maybe not ban, I'm just gonna time you out. Fuck you. Oh, hold on. Dude, I don't don't know, I'm so confused. I could have sworn you jump. Like... Oh wait, do you... Dude, I don't know. I really thought just my memory of this game would help me, but I don't. I don't fucking remember, man. God. This is so frustrating. Oh my god. Alright, I guess I'm gonna fucking go pull up a run because I'm fucking trash and I don't remember. Speedrunning is so annoying sometimes. It's just... I don't know. There's like a trick to this and I don't fucking remember what you're supposed to do, so I guess I'm just gonna fucking pull up a goddamn run. I don't know, man. I need to be sprinting, I think. No. Oh god, not these guys. bro. Jumping too late. Dude, what the fuck, bro? Fucking, how am I'm hitting like the bad frame every time, I think. Wait, what is going on? There we go. Who's this guy? I am Speed. I think they added this guy for the speedrunners. It's kind of funny, actually. Okay. Okay, if I mess this up, I'm gonna need to reload, so... God. Oh wait, it pauses the game. Tap your FPS. Did we used to run this on 60 FPS? Oh yeah, I think we did. Can I change that in the... Oh yeah, let me turn off motion blur as well. I think it's easier to do the tricks when you're on 60 FPS. There we go. All right, now we drop down here. Do I have to talk to this guy? I don't think so. Oh, actually, maybe you do. I don't know. I can't remember. How do I fucking use the special ability? I don't remember. I thought it was L2. Oh wait, no, it's X. Yeah, there's a lot of like forced dialogue in this game. I think you can jump on this thing. Oh, I think you do an R1. There we go. I don't want the gun yet. Because the thing is, I think if you grab the gun, doesn't it get rid of your, doesn't it get rid of the sword? Wait, how do I do the roll? Wait, can I not roll with this? No, I can. Wait, how do I roll? Where the fuck am I? Oh god, I'm back here. Oh fuck, chat. Well, it's fine. We're on 60 FPS now, so... No, we're not that far back. How do I use the... Oh. I don't remember how to heal. Okay, we're doing all right. I'm trying to remember though, how do I roll? How do you fucking roll? I'm so confused. I thought you just press the button. You need a shell ability? No, you don't. I thought you just... Don't you need movement speed while doing it? I didn't think so. Chat, I fucking told you I didn't practice for this game. No, you don't need momentum. I don't fucking know. I'm actually really confused. Why not? Because I would have had to take another fucking day off to practice this game the entire fucking day. I don't think any of you guys fucking realize... You know, I'm fine. I think you have to hold... I think you have to be holding sprint, maybe. Alright, you don't actually lose all your health when you fall in this game. It's like Sekiro, at least. Okay. Yeah, okay. I remember now. Holy shit. We can skip this. We're just gonna skip the first boss. That's not enough? Maybe it's an R1 and then that's why. What? Okay. Alright, so the first skill that we're getting, this is like the skill, this big moon snail is gives us the skill tree for the game. You know what, I actually took notes for this game, but I think my PC crashed and I wasn't able to save my notes. So that kind of sucks. Whatever. Who needs notes anyways? Okay. What is this item? Bread claw, sure. Excuse me. Excuse me. All right, so we need to clip through this wall, which... I totally remember how to do. Well, that's not good. Well, I think... I don't remember if you quit out if you get your shell back or not. I think you do. Maybe. Opium? You don't. Okay, well... Well, this is already not going according to plan, chat. I think we can use auto mash. No, I don't have the auto masher. The music's so nice, at least. All right, I think we can get our shell. I think once you pick up a shell, you learn it. Can you not equip? Am I crazy? Is that not how it works? I thought once... Oh, you have to fucking buy it. Bro, I actually don't even fucking know what I'm gonna... I don't even know what to do now, chat. I forgot that the fucking... Oh, fuck, chat. Cheated in? You act like that's something that I would even know how to do. I don't know. Is there a fucking backup shell I can get somewhere? There's got to be a backup somewhere. Isn't the gun a shell? I don't think you can use the gun. I have to fight a boss near the vending machine. It dispenses the soda cans you used to get in. I did not prepare for this at all. I mean, I barely prepared in general, but I did not prepare for this. I know that there's a boss over here. I guess we're gonna have to go this way. Here we go.
Close up!
God.
Oh, crap. I'm sorry. Was I supposed to grab a ticket?
You think yourself above the law, but the law is not so easily outwitted. By its strength alone do we rise above the beasts.
I'm really sorry. I'll go to the back of the line, okay?
You should be so lucky. I'll have your head like I have these other worthless law breakers.
Right.
Your fish food.
This is going great. Grab the shell, Krell.
Through my blade is justice sucked. And it's her.
Dagger. You have to.
Now raise your blade. You can't outrun the law forever, kid.
Okay. Well, this is off to a good start. Alright, well, we have another shell. Could drop him off the edge. I think you're thinking of a different boss. Well, maybe you could make that guy also fall off the ledge. I don't know. But I mean, we never fought we never fought that boss in the speedrun. Bro, what? Okay. I don't want to lose my shell again. Hold on, chat. Oh, okay, wait. I remember how you do it. There we go. Okay. Oops. All right, so now it is time for Sekiro chat. I'm gonna come up here, grab this sea star. And then we're gonna come into this corner. Might need to take a look at the angle for this. Pretty sure it's just like this. I don't. Why is it not clipping me into the fucking wall? Oh, there we go. All right. Gonna jump through the... Jump through there. Now we do a boost here. Oops. Oh. Oops. I'm not sure where it'll respawn me. It's okay. We're okay. We're okay. God damn it. The movement in this game is actually really satisfying when you do it right. I'm not sure, Dara. Okay. Now we're gonna run over here. Come on. No. Grab this key. What the? Alright, you know what? You bitch. Fuck you. I'm killing you too. Give me my hook. Alright. Oops. Oh my god, the enemy is respawn. Forgot about that. Okay, let's try this again. This isn't where I was supposed to stop. Okay. Oh, come on, man. Bro, what? What the fuck is happening, man? The fucking seahorse. Bro, why am I fucking under the ground? What do you mean, dude? Fuck. Bro, what? What the fuck is this? Oh no. Is this a fucking reset? Bro, why am I... What is this? Can I... Bro, what is this? I mean, it's not gonna take me that long to get back, Dara, to be fair, but... Dude, what? I've never seen this before. Alright, well... I don't know. I mean, I don't have a no... I don't even know where I am, Dara. I'm in the middle of fucking nowhere. Bro, what is going on with my game? What is this? This isn't the start of the fucking game. Bro, I'm in the... Dude, what is going on? All right, hold on. I think maybe this is like, maybe if I restart the whole game, it'll fix itself. Dude, I don't know. I don't know. I didn't delete the save file, so hopefully it'll be fine now. Maybe we just need to reboot the whole game. Oh, I mean, the devs of this game are pretty cool with speedrunning, so... Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, I guess this... Okay, we don't... Alright, it's saved. Saved! I don't have a shell, but... Can I roll with this thing? No. Yeah, we can grab the bonfire. Oh wait, no, we can. I guess you do need enough speed. Dude, these fucking seahorse motherfuckers! Ah, you piece of shit. We're doing it! Woohoo! Yippee! You know what, I'm just gonna grab these extra bonfires. I really don't think... There's basically no chance for me to die anymore, but whatever, we'll grab it anyways. Whee! I love the movement in this game, though. It's so much fun, actually. Like, oh, okay. So much fun, like, rolling around. Aren't I supposed to talk to this guy? Oh, yeah. There is, like, an auto mash for the dialogue that we're supposed to use, but... Is this game funny for casual play? Yeah, this game's really good. I really like this game. Okay, we need this item. And we need this item. So we just have to talk to some, like, NPCs here. There's a lot of... We can't upgrade, right? No, I don't think we do any upgrades in the run, from what I remember. Okay, so now we go to this lady. And then we sell these 3. Wait, I don't have enough. Bro. Oh wait, is it because I died? Did I not get my souls back? Fuck, oh shit. Wait, do I have something? Wait, how do I trade in the bread claw? Fucking, what the fuck is it called? Bread claw? I think it's this other guy, isn't it? Isn't it this guy normally? We need to go back up now, I think. If I remember right. Thought it was here that we go up? Is it not here? I'm so rusty, chat. Oh no, it's right here. Hello, man. Okay, now we go over here. Game has such good music. Alright, so this guy stole our shell. This piece of shit. From what I remember, I think he's... I think he sells us our shell for like... How much is it? Like $1 million or something? 1 million microplastics? I don't know, it's really expensive.
I saw it first. Get your own trash, suckers.
Oh yeah, it's Michael Reeves. He's here now too.
What is that thing?
I've never seen anything like it.
It's a message from the captain! It's got his face right on it! It's gotta be! Excuse me? Excuse me, please. Pardon me. Excuse me, young lady. As New Cassinia's official historian,
We could skip this cutscene, but whatever. I'm just chilling.
My God! If I'm not mistaken, this is part of a map! A map showing the way to a most valuable treasure, I say! If someone were to find its missing pieces and decipher them, why, they'd be rich beyond their wildest dreams, I say.
Rich? I like the sound of that. That treasure's as good as mine. I'll be able to afford the flashy shell in the ocean, you know?
Not if I get there first. Think of all the tourists that treasure can bring.
Yeah,
to
we
our
need
city.
to,
Well, don't you count out us bottom-siders.
we basically need to find the map.
Get that treasure and fix up my restaurant.
It would appear the hunt is on, I say. The first stop on the map seems to be the forest to the north of here. May the best, Crab.
Apologies for the interruption, folks. I seem to have misheard something. I could have almost sworn there was
Yo,
some
Dad Squid, thank you for the
citizens
98
here
months.
planning on unearthing some valuables. Need I remind you all how threatening the ocean is outside this reef? I'd hope it would go without saying that the duty of such a dangerous excavation would fall to the Shellfish Corporation. That would be safest for all involved. Don't you agree?
Yeah, we hear you, Roland. No problem.
Then, as Shellfish Corp's CEO and this fair city's de facto mayor, I suppose no one would have any objections to my taking
Roland's a
sole
big old
control
asshole.
of this treasure hunt. Are we all in agreement?
Oh dear. I suppose that sounds all right with me, I say.
You hear what they're talking about over there?
Sounds like some kind of crazy.
Alright. Anyways, Roland's an asshole. He wants to take all the treasure. But don't worry, we won't let him. Alright. We are gonna sell this bread claw. Actually, we could just sell all three, I guess. Alright. We need to go... Wait, can we buy from her right now? Bro. I need to buy the fucking whatever, we'll just have to come back later, I guess. Actually, if I rest, will it reset? Bro, why is everybody still fucking here? Oh my god, whatever. Alright, it's time for boss fight. Very epic boss, chat. Here we go. So we're gonna stand right here. And when he gets close, we're gonna jump off the ledge. Did he die? Where is he? Come on, Pagaris, you bitch. Oh, there we go. Hopefully we're going the right way. I don't really remember. Oh, come on. I didn't hit anything there. What is this item? Yeah, the devs are pretty cool with speedruns in this game, thankfully. Ah, damn it. Grab this checkpoint just in case. Okay, wait, I'm actually a little bit lost right now. That's not good. That's actually really not good. Wait, shit, hold on. Oh, where the fuck? Oh my god, chat, I'm actually lost. I don't remember where the spot is. New museum exhibit unlocked. Maybe it's over here. Oh, hello. Hello, little ones. There's a spot, like a river, that I need to jump up. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna level up before I lose all my fucking souls. And I'm actually so lost. I could have sworn it's like to the left here. Oh, here it is. Oh no. I'm fine. Everything's fine. So easy to just... Oh no, not the archer. Not the archer. Alright, we need to grab a red cup here. This red cup. Are there any other shortcuts that I can unlock here? I can't remember. All right, well, hopefully we won't mess this up. Oh, wait, actually, I think we already did mess this up. Well, whatever. We're just gonna have to fight this guy legit. Surely it'll be fine. There's a strat you use to pull this boss out of bounds, but we forgot to get the ability for that, so... Gun him down. I don't mind fighting the bosses legit, but I'm definitely gonna gun the final boss down. Oh right, he does that bullshit. God. He's buffing up. Oh no. Damn you, Hekia, you bitch! Oh yeah, luckily... Oh wait. I can't remember, is there... Oh yeah. Oh, that's so nice. I forgot about this though. Luckily you don't have to... There isn't really like super shitty boss runbacks in this game, so... I don't really mind fighting this guy, because at least I don't have to fucking run back. He bro, he one-shot. What do you mean he one-shot me? Bruh. I'm not using the gun. I don't want to use the gun yet. I want to fight this guy legit. Doesn't level HP up at all. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, I'm sure. Dude, what the fuck? Like, how do you avoid that move? It's actually so... It's such a fucking cringe move. It's the fun part you don't. I probably should have leveled up my health, chat. Getting one shot kind of blows. Did he delay that? I mean, we could just try to block. I guess we can just block instead. It's just, it does so much. I mean, I guess it's fine if we block. Fucking hi, bro. Alive? You bitch. Cosmetic heal, yeah. All right, we're gonna play it. Kill, bro. Dude, I don't know how to fight. I don't know how to fucking fight at space 2, man. This fucking bastard. God damn it. Hey, where is my fucking red cup? What? He destroyed it? Gotta go pick up another one. The red cup gives us like a damage buff, by the way. You don't have the razor blade? Oh yeah, true. My damage should be higher because of that. I'm starting to get tempted to just grab the gun, but I kind of wish I got more health. The thing is, I don't know how much health I need to survive a hit, and it's like, but I probably should have got some health. Okay, you can just. Bro, how is that not a fucking? What do you fucking mean, bro? Man, I swear I think he has two like horizontal slashes with slightly different timings. I don't know. Like, it doesn't feel like I'm missing the timing on that, but then it's just, it comes out later than I expect. I don't know, but maybe I am just dodging too early. At least that doesn't one-shot. I love getting one shot. Yay. Oh, he's like, how do you fucking punish the phase 2? I guess you just can't do charge attacks at all. Okay, by the just to clarify, the reason I have no idea what I'm doing on this fight is because in this, well, I only ran this game for like 4 or 5 days, but we didn't actually fight this guy legit. We just fishing hooked him off the ledge. Like, we just completely cheesed him. We dragged his body out of bounds, and then he fell to his death. They couldn't... You didn't even fight him. But I can't do that anymore because you can only do it one single time. After you fail the fight once, I don't think you can do it anymore. I can't fucking see. The camera just went into his crotch and I couldn't see anything. But yeah, we can't do the fishing hook strat. I don't think it works anymore. But I could be wrong. Maybe somehow it still works, actually. I don't think so though. I don't know, man. This is fucking annoying as shit. Whatever, dude. I guess I'm just gonna cheat. Chat's starting to fucking piss me off, so I'm just gonna give myself the gun and just fucking shoot this idiot. How do you actually get the gun, though? Oh, this is so much easier now. I'm just getting so tired of chat flaming me. I just want to fucking move on. All right. Alright, we grab this so we can do faster. Right. Isn't this supposed to be a speedrun? Yep. Alright, go back. The timing on this is... I just find it funny because people are like, why do you practice? You don't need to practice. And then I do a run without practicing and the entire run is just chat flaming me. I was just like, I don't know. Yeah, this is why I've been practicing. I didn't have time to practice this game, though. There's a spot we need to clip out of bounds here. I need to double check where it is. I don't think I'm at the right spot. Oh, wait, no. No, I am. Okay, so we just clipped through an invis wall here. Oh, that's not what we were supposed to do. I want to hit the loading zone here. I hit the loading zone. You've been robbed of at least 5 more games. Bro, I've ran 50 fucking games, okay? I can only run so much shit. I don't know how to run fucking 1,000 games, okay? Did I just clip through another invis wall here? You go up here. The thing about speedrunning, chat, is like, I literally I spent 11 hours derusting 2 games yesterday. I was practicing for 11 hours straight yesterday just so I can run 2 games during the marathon without them being complete fucking disasters. It's like, it's just not possible for me to run so many games at a high level without putting, like, I mean, I would need to put in like 300, 400, 500 hours of practice if I wanted to run all the games at like a high level. I don't know where I'm going. Does it need to be at a high level? I mean, no. I mean, I know it's still fun. I just, it's frustrating for me when I don't know where I'm going, and every time I look over at chat, people are calling me washed and shitty, and, you know, like, I know you guys are joking, but it's just, it gets fucking tiring. Like, it just gets fucking tiring. I need to get up here, but I don't remember how. Is there like a... I'm actually so confused. Oh, okay. Never mind. Thing is, I don't mind the banter. If I'm playing a game casually, you guys can fucking flame me all you want. But it's like, when I don't know, there's just, it's something different about like when I'm doing speedruns.
The world these days is dark. Time for a makeover!
Can I? Why can I not?
Again.
I don't understand. I'm supposed to, I guess I need the, maybe I need the fishing line ability to do this. I don't. Yeah, I mean, we could just fucking blast her with the gun. The thing is, I have the guns. Oh. There we go. Whatever, we don't need the red cup. We're just gonna fucking blast her. Die, bitch.
Thanks for playing with me.
Okay, we can go out of bounds here. Or at least we used to be able to... Wait, is this not the spot? I don't know. There's a spot you can go out of bounds, but I... Maybe they patched it? I actually don't know. They might have patched it. It was like really easy to go out. Yeah, I think they might have patched it. I don't know. Whatever. I might just, maybe I'm not going to the right spot. I don't know. It's like a very minor time save anyways. Doesn't really matter. I'm sad though. I can't roll with the gun. At least I don't think. You know, you fucking die. You bastards. I think we need to go... Lump sucker. Oh no. Jump, dude. Ah. No, not down, you fucking idiot. There we go. Does the gun slow movement speed? No, but I can't do like the rolling with the gun. Man, I wish this gun wasn't so fucking big though. It's so fucking obnoxious looking. It's so stupid. All right. Okay, we need to return the map pieces now. Yo, Odie Law, thank you for the $10, man. Thanks, dude. Bro's got a Rubik's Cube. Yeah, so the gun is like an accessibility setting in the game. Wait, is there 3 map pieces? Wait, do I have 3? Oh no, okay. I was like, I'm supposed to have 3, but I don't remember when I got the 3rd one. Yeah, we're doing another Crab's Treasure, but I'm just cheating with the gun because this fucking game is too hard. Yeah, I'm just gonna fucking use the gun till the end at this point. Why not? I don't really care. I mean, the thing is, I was gonna have to... I didn't want to use the gun until the final boss of the game, but at this point, I don't know. I couldn't handle dying to that fucking guy anymore. So there's a way to skip this, like, boat section, but I don't think I did it right. Yeah, now... So yeah, you can actually skip this, like, forced cutscene, but I don't remember how it works. It's something to do with, like... Yeah, I don't know. I really can't remember. This game has so much fucking dialogue. Yo, Midrod, thank you for the 28 months. I mean, the dialogue in this game is good, though, to be fair. What? So now we are gonna do Yep, up here. Oh, they put another snail up here for the speed run. Jowie. This snail used to never be here. It's actually funny that they added, like... Wait, did I miss the cutscene trigger? Oh, there we go.
Well, that wasn't as bad as I thought. No one even showed up to stop us.
I don't like it. Something smells about all this.
You have a gun as a
No
shell?
one knew we were
Yeah.
gonna show up. So where's all the resistance? It all really
There's an
stinks of-
accessibility setting in this game that gives you a gun, which basically just one-shots all the bosses.
Feeder. See, us civilized folk have rules. As much as I dislike
I missed some
your
other
little
snails.
model
Whoopsies.
crew, it wouldn't be gentlemanlike to have you disposed of without a good reason. But all y'all have just stepped onto my private property without permission. And where I come from, that's a crime called trespassing. I presume you know what we do to trespassers at Shellfish Corp. Inkerton, kill the city folk.
Gladly.
And as for you... I'll send you down the drain myself, you little flatworm!
Whatever, dude.
Remarkable work, vagabond. The barge is ours. All that remains is to...
I don't have my red cup anyways anymore, so
What the shell was that?
this fight's gonna be fucked. You actually get pretty good damage in the speedrun.
Stupid, stupid little bottom feeders. Don't let any of these trespassers leave, boys.
Oh, son.
Y'all just don't know when to quit, do you? You could have all stayed in your cozy little
Liar,
homes
thank you for
in
the 7
reef,
months, man.
watched as Shellfish Corp dug up this treasure and waited for that newfound wealth to benefit everyone in town. But y'all just had to get greedy. You decided you deserved this treasure more than the fine people of New Carcinia. And I would be remiss as a local business leader if I didn't punish y'all for this little indiscretion. I dare say that not a single one of y'all...
Shut up! I've been working my butt off trying to get my old life back! I'm pretty sure I've been working harder than anyone else! And now all of a sudden, I'm the jerk for wanting the treasure I earned? And you don't have to do anything
He's
at all!
fucking angry.
You just sit around and stuff just happens for you! It's not fair! It's all a bunch of bullshit! I'm sick of it! I'm gonna get that
Krill, wait!
treasure!
Hold on to something, y'all!
All right, it's time for depression chat. Yeah, so there's a frame perfect skip called depression skip in this game. If you pause the game the same frame that you kill, if you pause the game the same frame that you kill the boss, you can, there's a suicide button in this game, die instantly. So you can
Word comes to mind.
you can suicide the frame that you kill the boss, and then you skip this like whole slow walking section.
Is someone there?
Would you say the earth is beautiful?
Is this Hayden yapping about the Crucible again?
And it's rude and it's scary. And everything nice in it just gets messed up eventually.
Yeah, it saves like a minute. It's actually a pretty damn big skip.
It's over. But like,
Do you...
oh, take a no, trust you, and then you'll.
If the world is ugly, then you need to fight.
Hello, Macros.
To rip this
What's up, man?
world apart.
I don't want to. I'm tired of fighting. I never wanted to be any good at it. I'm never getting my show back. So what's the point?
Well, yeah, you don't skip this section, but you skip slow walking, which basically skips the section because the section is normally slow as fuck. And instead you could go through the section in like 5 seconds. Actually, I think it's even more than a minute. I think it saves like a minute and a half. I don't know. This slow walking section is so fucking awful.
Along with the rest of this world.
Maybe I don't care.
You hold shift, you can sprint. I don't think that's true. Eat me. Not reading dialogues, no. This is a speedrun, bro. Even though, I mean, it's a really fucking terrible speedrun, but... Alright, so yeah, I totally remember where to go here. Totally. Totally remember where to go. This is, I mean, this is a good speed, like, my attempt is not a good speedrun right now, but... This game actually has a lot of really cool speed, like, the movement in this game is really satisfying to do, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't know where I'm going. I remember it took me a lot of practice to remember where to go in the speedrun here. This is so fucking scuffed. I didn't practice this game at all. I don't know. I didn't have time. Didn't I say I practiced earlier? I did. It's almost like we're running multiple different games during the marathon. It's crazy. I know. No fucking way, dude. This is not where I'm supposed to go. Thought I only ran Doom before this game. Yeah.
Many.
This is really, really off course at this point. I mean, I know it's probably pretty obvious. Exiled Flame, what is that? I don't know where I'm going. There's like... it's... Navigating this place is so hard. Wait, I think we're on the right track. Oh, here we go. This is where we need to be. I remember. You do. If I remember right, you go... My God, stop bouncing me away. Might be time to check the VOD again. I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember how to do this. I remember this game, dude. It's this speedrunning is so like... Oh. Maybe this doesn't work with the... Maybe it doesn't work with the light bulb? I'm not sure. I don't know, guys. I'm kind of cooked right now. I'm actually not even really sure, like, where to go or what to do at the moment. I had notes for this game, but then my computer crashed and I lost all of my notes that I took for this game, so... That was cool. The thing about speedrunning is, like, things are just so precise. And there's so much, like, nuance when it comes to speedrunning, like knowing how certain things work mechanically. I don't remember how to do this clip. I think I need to angle my shell a specific... I need to angle my shell a specific way here, but I don't remember how. I don't think I ever highlighted my run of this before. I guess we just do the area normally. I do this. You might not be able to clip through this with the shell that I currently have. I don't know. I don't even remember how to do this area normally though. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, guys. I'm like... I don't know what to do. I'm actually just... I'm clueless. I have no idea. This is why it's like trying to speedrun a game without... I think I might be able to get on top of this, but... No. Dude, I don't know what VOD to check. All the current world records skip this door because you do a different strat and a different out of bounds than when I ran the game before. And I don't know. I could check the Moist Critical Speedrun Challenge, I guess, but I don't know if they all, if you, I don't know, dude. It's just, it's all so scuffed. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I'm looking. Check glitchless. So the thing is, in the run, We did it. This is a fucking boss. Hold on, let me get my gun. Okay, grabbing this checkpoint was a bad idea. I totally forgot that there's... Actually... Are we supposed to go over like a shortcut over here or something? Wait, no, this is where I came. Now I'm even more confused. I'm so fucking lost at this game. Insane. There's a strat, like a hover strat that we used to do here. So we would skip all of this. Now I'm confused. Oh, okay, here we go. And just, oh, it's from right here. There we go. So we can actually go out of bounds from this fight.
Going the right way.
How should I know? Think I spend my weekends here, do you?
Well, then what the shuck am I still paying you for? Matter of fact, we're in this mess cause you couldn't defeat a damn lobster. good for nothing. I should have left you on the seabed where I found you. You live.
It's you. Enjoying the spoils, are you, lad? Proud of what you've done?
Look, man, I don't want anything from you. Please just leave me alone. I don't want to fight anymore.
Please leave me alone. I don't want to fight anymore.
But fight ye did. Just like me. Just like old Lincoln.
Don't make me fucking blast you. Alright. So... we can go out of bounds right here. Hey, you know what? No. I don't need to go out of bounds. I'm just gonna fucking kill you. Give me my gun.
Roland, you bastard. Seems I'm as worthless as you.
I want to move on to the other games today, chat. I don't want to do a fucking 5-hour crab run. I'm not in the mood. The thing is, this game is actually really, like, if you're going for the fast strats, this game is actually, like, insanely punishing if you make a mistake. We need to charge attack this wall. I don't remember exactly how you do it, though. Let me see. Actually, wait, I don't think we can do this. You know what, whatever. I'm just gonna go the normal way. Fuck it. We're using the Shellevator. At least we get some nice music. Was Lords of the Fallen in the game list? Maybe? I don't know, man. The Lords of the Fallen run was kind of ass. You just throw fucking lump hammers at every enemy. Every boss. There's only 2 submitted runs for... There are 2 total submitted runs for Lords of the Fallen. Oh. This is a shortcut. Alright, I remember now. You're supposed to do an out of bounds here. I did not run this game well enough to remember all the strats, chat. I mean, obvious, if that wasn't obvious enough, but... Can you roll with these guys? No. There's like a I need to pick up a toilet paper somewhere, but I can't remember where. Maybe it's up here? I feel like I already missed the toilet paper, but maybe there's extra. Bro, where's the... I guess we can use the scrub. Bro. Chill. Am I tired of running the marathon for so long? Yeah, I'm a bit tired. There's the toilet paper. Okay, the bro, I have like, I actually have easy, I have like low damage taken. I have like the fucking accessibility settings on and this fucking crab is still destroying me. What the fuck? Whatever, it's fine. I mean, this is like the final section of the game, more or less, so we're not that far off. This run has been really scuffed, but whatever. It's okay. Wait, wrong way. Give me the fucking toilet paper. There's a skip you can do with the toilet paper, which I guess we'll try, but probably gonna fuck it up. But this way? Wait, no, this is the shortcut. I'm so... Also, in the speedrun, we skipped this entire area, which I would like to do, but I can't do the skip because I'm not on the old patch of the game. The skip only works on old patch, and I don't know what patch I needed to download because nobody put any sort of info on the speedrun.com website, so I have no idea. I gotta say that has been like one of the most annoying things about oh, that was close. What is this kink with the old patch for every game? It's almost like I would like to run the patch of the game that I fucking speedran in the first place. So I don't have to do a casual playthrough of the game because everything is fixed. I know, it's a crazy idea. Yeah, that's been one of the most annoying things about this marathon is how half the games I have to down patch them And then sometimes there's no info as to what the correct patch is. So I have to just download the game like 7 times and figure out which is the right patch. Because all I have to go off of is manifest IDs in the Steam Depot. So there's literally no way for me to know which patch I'm downloading. Great. Luckily, some games have a version ID that's like listed on the main menu, which can help. Yeah, I mean, I plan on running Resident Evil 9. My god, enemies in this game are so fucking annoying. They just... Oh, you just can't get away from them. How do you get rid of the... Yeah, you have to get hit. No, I never played Resident Evil 6. Yeah, I'm really excited for Resident Evil 9. There's a lot of new games coming out soon. There's Resident Evil 9, Code Vein 2, Neo 3, Reanimal. I played Resident Evil 5 with Lobos. Oh my god, there was a checkpoint right here that I could have grabbed. Welcome to the Game 3 is... doesn't have a release date. Dude, I don't remember. I think you're supposed to do like a boost here, but I feel like I remember there being a skip. Why do I remember there being something with this clam here? Okay. Alright, there's a skip here, chat. I guess we'll try to do it. This is the toilet paper skip. need to aim, but I don't even remember how to aim. Oh, I destroyed the thing too. Oh well, we're fucking cooked. Alright, whatever. I give up. We're already out of energy anyways. Nice try. That was... I don't know if that was a nice try, but thanks, man. What game is next? Well, you're gonna have to wait and find out. Whatever, we're just fucking going through this area normally, I guess. Snow globe. Oh, right. I remember now. So like the thing about, I only ran this game for I think like a week, maybe it was less. But the thing that's so confusing is that in that week that I ran this game, like the strats constantly were changing, so it's so hard to remember what is this like speed strat. I don't know. It's just it all just fucking blurs together. Play the game quickly. I'm trying. I'm trying. Not very good at it, but I'm trying. I think we made it, chat. We made it to the bridge. You're playing the game faster than you did? Well, thanks. Yeah, I mean, I still like... I don't know, the thing is, it's just... It's frustrating. I wish that I could run all of these games at the top level, because, I mean, most of the games that I've ran in the marathon are really cool speedruns. There's a few exceptions that maybe they're not as interesting as the others, but a lot of these runs are super cool. It's just running them at like a high level and not making any mistakes. There's not enough like fucking time in the world. Like each game, if I want to run them without any super big mistakes, I need to put in at least 5 to 10 hours of practice. Maybe like, I mean, at least like 5 to 10 hours. Oh, oops. Wait, I wonder if I can I still... Oops. Can I still do this, Skip? Not weeks? Well, it depends on the game. I mean, I'm not saying, like, get world record. I just mean, like, remember... If I want to remember where to go on every single fight, or if I want to remember where to go on every single run and how to do all the skips and the pixel lineups and all that stuff... I mean, some games take more practice than others, but if I wanted to run all 50 games in this marathon at a high level, I would need to put in hundreds of hours of practice. And the problem is, it's like, Even if I put in hundreds of hours of practice, by the time I get to practicing the next game, or like by the time I get to practicing the later games, I'm gonna already have forgotten how to run the fucking... There's only so much, it's like fucking information overload. Like I can't... Get fucked. Whatever, I'm just blasting him. Oh my god. I mean, the thing is, I could, if I took a day or two off between every run, like if I took a day or two off between every day of the marathon to practice games, then I could run all of them at like a decent level, but like I can't stream every day and also run these games. Like there's literally not enough time in the day. If I do a 8 to 10 hour stream, there is not enough time for me to practice the games for the next day. Unless I literally don't sleep.
My God! This is it! This is it, Krill!
Just don't sleep for 20 days straight.
I'll kill you!
And you...
Let them devour this world!
Krill, help me.
Die with the rest of this ocean!
I gotta say, this is the worst fight in this game. So this fight, you don't actually get to hurt the boss. The boss just slowly dies over time. Also, every single one of these moves would instantly one-shot me, by the way. I'm still gonna die. Can I try Michael Reeves without the gun? No.
I'll kill you! Die with the rest of this ocean!
Yeah, this fight is basically running in a circle and trying not to get killed by the million fucking attacks that spawn. And in the speedrun, in the speedrun, all of these attacks kill you in one hit. Now, luckily there is something you get. Wait, why can't I equip this? Oh, is it because I don't have a shell? I guess the stowaway, yeah, I think you need a shell to use the stowaways. You can damage her with her own attacks, but it's kind of awkward. Oh. But yeah, luckily in the speedrun for this game there's there's these items called a crab's friend, I think. And they're basically extra lives. So if you die, you don't actually die, you get brought back to like half health or something. Or maybe full health, I can't remember. But there's 2 of those in the speedrun that you pick up. So you can use those for the boss fights. You can use those items for the boss fights in the run to at least make this section a little bit less shitty. Alright, well, we're almost done with this game. This run's been really scuffed, but hey, it's alright. It's okay. Time to blast Michael. Honestly, if it wasn't for the gun... If it wasn't for the gun, though, we would be so fucked.
I killed him. The old man who never raised a claw against me. I was the strong, wielding death against the weak. There is no salvation for me now.
It wasn't you, Kyton. It was...
Can I try it once without a gun? I mean, sure, it's just gonna be me instantly dying in half a second, but sure.
A grim slurry of
you want to watch me die instantly,
My body
I guess
moved at
I
its
can
will.
do it.
True. But the anger was mine. The hate was mine. Without it, it could not have taken
I mean,
me
the
as a
final
shell.
boss is like a 2-minute long fight, and you get instantly killed by every single one of his attacks.
Perform me a favor, vagabond. My anger was too much for me, but do not let it...
Doable with the easy mode? I don't think so, but maybe. Oh. Forgot you can't hover in this part. Oh, this final boss is actually really tough, like genuinely.
Hey there, pal. No hard feelings about our little disagreement earlier, right? My new powers are crazy. I just moved this whole island directly over New Carcinia. Looks
I
like
actually really
Crash
liked
came
this
early.
speedrun though.
Pretty cool, right?
Firth, I really need that shell.
But
Kyton's hurt bad.
I'll tell you.
I'm not really enjoying running this right now because I don't remember how to do most of the strats and things in the
Our whole
run.
city's gonna completely collapse. And not only that, folks are starting
And I'm
to say
also
the
on the
trash
wrong
we've been using is
patch.
physically harmful to us. Doing
So-
a lot. But it's all gonna be okay.
Some of the
Now
skips
I'm
that
the
I
god
used to
of
do
this
don't work
ocean, I've got
anymore.
a super
Alright, yeah, whatever. Shut up, Michael.
Come on, do it! Hit me! Don't be a coward!
Let's see, does he still one-shot me? Probably not. Oh, look at that. I am on easy, and he still does 80% of my health. Like, I have extra shell durability, reduced damage taken, lower enemy health, and like... Fuck you, dude. Do I remember the scrutinized strats? God, no. Do I remember an encyclopedia worth of knowledge of a bunch of random fucking people?
No, Krill, wait! Don't put that
No, I
on.
don't. Give me that.
I think I get what
Do you
Kyton
remember
meant
the
now.
information of 250 random people
Gonna be
in a
angry,
video
I
game?
might as well use it for something
Nope.
good. So that maybe, one day, other people won't have to fight like me. And what better way to start than to beat up a selfish, greedy, muscle shocker like... Yeah!
Wait!
All right. All right, guys, it is just time. All we have to do now.
Hey, pal. No hard feelings, right?
Oh yeah, final boss got smashed by a shoe. Well, a foot. RE9 in 40 days. Yeah. Give me my shell back! Fuck you! So funny enough, sometimes when you kill this guy, your shell can go flying out of bounds and then you can't beat the game. Maybe they fixed it, but there were people during the speedrun bounty, they would kill this guy and like literally beating, like like you need to wear the shell for the game to actually finish. And sometimes the shell would just go flying out of bounds and then your run is dead.
What word comes to mind when you think of the Earth? This world is resilient, but not endlessly so. As this Earth
I think that could also happen with the rainbow shell, yeah. From like the Firth fight.
All will face that future in their own way. Some will fight for the world they dream of, blade in hand. Some will spend their whole lives saving others from falling through the cracks. And others still will never rest in one place for long.
I had a lot of fun running this game in the Moist Bounty though.
World begins to
I kind of wish I started running it kind of late though, so I was like,
the one thing no creature can afford.
It was hard for me. I think I ended up getting like 10th place or something in the challenge.
And great mighty crabs that shook the world. It is the
Oh no, I got 14th place.
That shall ever make that world worth.
But my VOD got deleted. Oh, you know what it was? I got 14th place, and then like 30 minutes after the bounty ended, I finished like, I think I got a time that would have been 3rd place. Like, it was like 30 minutes after the bounty had ended. But I only ran the the bounty for like a few days. I got into it like really late. Alright, I'll be back in a sec. I'm gonna grab a drink. What's next? It's a surprise.
As the years went on, I finally saw a glimmer in my crime. And the both of us had dreams, staying spotless all the time. But rubbish likes to pile up in corners you can't see. And housekeeping's only for the bourgeoisie. You broke my shell. You broke my shell. Never itemize the value of what lay between the sunset and the sunrise and the sea. Although the years will change us, sunshine will fade us. You'll always be a treasure to me. And when we parted ways, I knew somehow we'd both turn out okay. And these smudges won't get vacuumed up, but scrubbed out day by day. And the linens might not get quite as bright as they promised on TV. But elbow grease and loving eyes are free. You were my show. You were my show.
All right, I'm back. It is time, chat. Only up brain rot together. What the fuck is that? No. Okay, so I'm gonna turn on the trainer for this game because there's a few skips and things that I don't know. It's just they're really punishing if I mess them up. What's up, Yui? All right. Playing a game whose only point is to be punishing with the trainer. All right, you're a fucking idiot. It's okay. We get it. All right.
Oh, don't look up. We need to get to the top. I'm sure we'll make it. I wonder what awaits us there? The unknown is frightening.
No music? Damn it. All right, so chat,
It's very hard to make a choice when you don't know where it will lead.
I spent quite a while practicing this game last night, all so I could do... Oh wait, hold on. Do I have the right bind set up on my mouse? One sec. I think I do. Maybe. I do. We're definitely not setting any world records here with this, but I am gonna do Dragon Skip, yes. And I'm gonna do the new one. The one that I never learned before. Oh, this is kind of scuffed. Isn't that Dino Skip now? No, they're separate categories. No music is so cursed. I mean, that's how the game is, though. I also don't want to demonetize my fucking YouTube VOD and get it blocked worldwide, so... No music. Sorry.
Happiness there. Get a job in the favelas and live there. There are many like you. You have to be with them and not stand out. You won't make it. You're a weak kid. Go back to the favelas. Your friends are there. Your destiny and life is there. You have to seek happiness there.
Thank you, Mr. Elephant. God, this game is so stupid. I love it.
To get to the new one, you first have to make a jump and get off the ground, not knowing what the future holds.
Game was an era. Yeah.
My father worked here as a driller, and he always smelled of fuel oil.
Fuel.
I was afraid of him and hoped that one day he wouldn't come back from work. He drank a lot and often beat my mother and me, but that's in the past.
He drank a lot and often beat my mother. That's great. The fucking dialogue in this game is so fucking cooked. Nice. Sorry, when I was practicing this game last night, I was just like, I was just cracking up because the fucking dialogue in this game is, oh shit, is so, it's so fucking stupid. It's like, the thing is, this game was like, this game was made before AI as well, so it's not like it's, well, I mean, that's not true. I guess there was like AI voices, but okay. All right, there's a B-hop strat we could do here. And we failed it. Well, that's sad. Oh well. Okay, so we are going to use the trainer to make a save at this part, because this part is kind of sketch. It's fine, we'll get it first try. I got this. Oh, we still got it. Easy. Oops. I didn't do that right. I'm glad I didn't bonk. Oh. I don't need to slow-mo there. Oops. Let's say hi to the townsfolk. All right, it's time for trampoline skip. You saw nothing. Bro, grab the fucking trampoline, you bitch. It's not it. It's not it. God damn it, dude. This fucking skip. That was close, but... Maybe? Nah. I don't have enough momentum. I need to be holding W for longer when I go into the... I don't think you guys realize how hard this fucking skip... Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good. Well, damn it, we didn't get the super fast strat. Oh god. Oh my god. Jesus. Used to nail it every time. I did not nail it every time. You just think I did because your memory is biased and you remember the good moments and not the bad moments. Ooh. Okay. Time for gold bar skip, or... Well, I don't remember. What did we actually call this skip? Oh, wait, hold on. I need to turn my on-screen crosshair on. This is the tech chat. On-screen crosshair is the way that you do this skip. Oh! First try? Damn. Nice. No 2B skin? Oh. Yeah, I actually, oh, I'm not really in the right spot. So I actually tried to practice the boat skip last night.
And it will be open to you.
And yeah, I don't remember how. I mean, I remember how to do it, but I don't. The boat skip took so much practice to even like get it remotely consistent at all. So yeah, there's like
turn off the kettle at home. I need to go back. Or whatever.
Or whatever. Damn it.
Flying without wings is cruel fun.
Man, dude, when I was practicing this game last night, I was like, I kind of miss running this game. I mean, running it at this point just wouldn't really be the same. You know, funny enough, there was like a guy who still runs this game like all the time on the lead. I was like checking a bunch of the leaderboard runs so I could learn how to do the new dragon skip, because I was like trying to see the different setups and stuff. And I was checking this guy's like past broadcasts, and he's Radish Raveler is still running this game. Like he was doing runs like 3 days ago of this game. What's the world record now? Well, there's 2 different routes. So there's a dinosaur that you can use to launch yourself to the end of the game.
Education breeds confidence.
And so that ended up becoming a different route.
Peace.
So there's dragon route, and then there's dino skip route. The dino skip was found after I stopped running the game, though. Yeah, no, you can't buy this game on Steam anymore. You can actually you can actually just download the game on the speedrun.com website, though, because that's actually what I had to do, because I downloaded the game through Steam, but none of the trainers for this game worked on the new version of the game, like the current Steam version that you can download if you bought the game previously. Well, you saw nothing, chat. I was supposed to jump on this one. I fucked up. I messed up the setup. This book.
The more I know, the less I know.
Why is it not purchasable on Steam anymore? I don't know. The creators of the game removed it from Steam. Not really sure why. Was it because of stolen assets? I guess so, maybe. Bruh. I'm doing safe strats here. There's like a jump you can do here, but it's honestly sketchy as fuck.
To all the smart, woe from wit.
I say I kind of want to run this game again. I mean, world record is like super fucking good. I don't know. I mean, I've said that about a lot of games, but I don't actually know if I will do it. Resident Evil, there's too many new games coming out soon. Alright. Alright, so there is a skip here. We need to go first person and then line our cursor up with this line on the ground, if I can fucking get on it. That might work. Yeah, that worked. What? Okay, for some reason, I lost my character control there. I don't actually remember why that... I don't remember why that happens. It's like... I really don't remember why that happens. Maybe it's a bad setup. No, you don't have to roll. Oh my god. Oh, that was scary. We'll try it once for old time's sake. Fuck you for... Yes. No, well, I mean, I know I had to roll there to save it, but... This is not gonna work. Oh, look. So this is where the dino is. Oh, he's right there. So this is the dinosaur you used to skip to the end of the game. All right, we're just going to quit out and teleport back. To the boat. Nothing ever happened. You saw nothing. I mean, we could have done this run without the trainer, but I don't know. I just kind of want to go through the game and do the skips and stuff. We actually hit the dude hitting. We actually hit a few of the skips like first try though. This run. Can you down patch this game on Steam? Maybe. I don't know. I mean, the speedrun version of this game is archived on speedrun.com. You can just download it there. I mean, you can't even buy the game anymore, so it's not... I don't really think the devs are gonna go after you if you pirate this game.
You are about to meet the king of the world. He will answer any one question you have, and he will grant you one wish.
And speedrunning this game was so much fun though. Like, it was such a good speedrun. I discovered the boat skip, yeah. Fun? It was fun. I mean, this was like it was such a hype speedrun, and it was so short, and there was a lot of cool skips. It was also a really easy game for people to just like, I feel like you could just watch this game and you just instantly know, like it's very easy to understand from like a viewer perspective. Maybe it'll be fun in the future again. I mean, this game is optimized down to like the second at this point. Gonna do wine bottle skip. We need to go 30 FPS here, and then climb onto this. Will this double boost me? Nice. Boom. Hello, doggy. Alright guys, it is time for Dragon Skip. New version. You do this skip on 30 FPS. Wish me luck. I literally spent like 3 hours practicing this last night. Just so I can do a fucking skip. I'm not even kidding. This is the new version of the Dragon Skip, by the way. Okay. Alright, here we go.
Stop drifting. Run to the finish line. Give up your hopes, and if your well-being is important to you, be your own savior while you can.
That was actually close, but... Well, alright. This is what the trainer's for. Try again. You only get one attempt at this skip, by the way. Like, if you fail it, it's just over, so...
Stop drifting. Run to the finish line. Give up your hopes.
That was actually close.
It's important to you. Be your own savior while you can.
Bro, why am I falling off? Yeah, I was still on 30 FPS.
Stop drifting. Run to the finish line. Give up your hopes, and if your well-being is important to you, be your own savior while you can.
Oh wait, maybe? GG.
Greetings, dear friend. You have come a long way. Not many have made it here. Now, there are no obstacles in your way. In your life, there will be losses and wins, but now you are independent and strong. As a reward, you get a spaceship. Now,
Well, I mean, the only reason the run was fast was because I was using the trainer. This probably would have been like a 2-hour-long run otherwise. And I mean, I have to use the trainer if I want to do the dragon skip. Like, if I don't hit it first try. But...
Congratulations. You've taken a small step in this game, but it's a giant step for your life. Good luck and patience in your future adventures, and may the Force be with you.
2 to 3 minutes of wait before the next dragon cycle. Yeah, but the problem is, this version of the skip, you can't even wait for the dragon. Like, it only works the very first time that you enter the arena. If you do, so like the thing is that skip that I just did right there, chat, that's the new dragon skip. It's like 50 seconds faster than what I did in my record run in the past. Well, it's not record anymore, but in my PB run, I did an old version of the dragon skip. And that one I did just now is the new version, which is actually a lot easier. That's the main reason that I learned the new dragon skip, is because it's genuinely easier than the old one. The old one was fucked. The old one literally, dude, I think I spent like 40 hours practicing the old version of the dragon skip. That shit was fucking cooked. And it was so annoying to practice too, because you'd have to wait for the dragon to like fly. What a mess. Well, yeah, the old version, you had to bounce off the bounce pad in the arena, land on the dragon's butt, on the tail, do a jump off the dragon at a very specific timing, land on his wing midair, then run to the right spot and jump at the right timing. And this new version is just like, the new version is you just stand in the right spot. You get, the dragon picks you up with his wing, you hold S and A to like walk downward, and then you just time your jump with the wing, and that's it. It's like so much easier. How long would a no skip run take you? I don't know. I mean, I don't remember how to play. I don't really remember how to play the game with no skips. Maybe we could do like a I don't know. Maybe we could do like a casual playthrough of Only Up or something. But, it's kind of hard not to want to do the skips. Not right now, of course, but... should do Chain Together. You know, I actually still never played... Chain Together. I wanted to, but for some reason, I just didn't end up doing it. That game looked pretty good. I was talking to Ella about playing Chain Together. Chain Together actually looked pretty good. Alright, well, that was a really short Only Up run, only 26 minutes. Obviously, we fucking used the trainer and cheated and everything, but... not bad. Not bad. I ran out of games. There's like a few more games we could add to the marathon, but I don't know. I'm getting a little worn out, I'm not gonna lie, and I don't know. The marathon's been fun, but it's been very long. All right, chat. We are gonna do one more game today. Uno mas. It is time. Welcome to the game. We already did welcome to the game. Hold on, the game is on the wrong monitor. I like how some of you can tell what game it is just because... Why is it on the wrong fucking monitor, dude? Because of the sounds. Okay, Oh, let me fucking move the game. Oh my god. Crashing out. Windows Shift plus arrow key. I know it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Some games don't let you do that. All right. It is time for RE Village. You know, I actually wonder how this game is gonna run. Like, will this game run at stable 120 compared to RE4? Well, we'll find out, I guess. Where did I get that .02? I don't know. Hold on one sec. Okay. It is time. Village of Shadows difficulty. Here we go. You know it, chat. All right. I'm gonna take a short break and stretch. I'll be right back.
A young girl went with her mother to pick berries for her father, who was hard at work. But the forest greeted them with a dark, cold silence, the bushes empty. Yet determined to find the berries, the rascal broke free from Mother's grasp and vanished into the trees. Mother's worried cries faded fast as the girl ran on, over vine and under branch, and into the forest deep. Feeling strange eyes upon her, the girl recalled Mother's scary bedtime tales, and her throat became bone dry. Then the Bat Lord appeared. He greeted her warmly and bit his own wing. "Come, child, quench your thirst," he said. So she drank the thick, dark blood and smiled with joy. Passing through the graveyard, menacing storm clouds loomed, and the air turned bitingly cold. The girl was shivering in her thin clothes. Then a dark weaver appeared, and with a click of his fingers crafted mist into a beautiful dress. "Come, child, warm yourself," he coaxed. So she clothed herself and smiled with joy. Across waters deep and ominous she went, hoping a boat she found would carry her home. But hunger's grip tightened and her heart grew heavy. Then the Fish King appeared and offered one of his many fins. "Come, child, eat your fill." So the girl ate and smiled with joy once more. Continuing on, she soon entered the forest's dark heart. Then an iron steed appeared, bearing a beautiful golden gear. The creature said nothing as the girl approached and snatched what she thought was another gift. The horse grew angry and summoned the other monsters. Terror filled the girl's heart as the wild wind rose around the beast. Suddenly, a witch appeared, dark, yet regal. Gifts we gave, but more you took, she snarled. So more in turn is due. In a blink, the girl was trapped inside a mirror. There. She's asleep.
What is with the creepy story? She's only 6 months old.
Woman at the store said it was traditional. A local tale. Besides, Rose doesn't seem to mind.
Because she doesn't understand it. Thank God. We moved here so that she wouldn't have to deal with any of that, remember?
There's nothing wrong with my memory. You're just being paranoid.
It's not... Never mind. I'm sorry. But I'm not paranoid. I'm just cautious.
Oh, wait, let me start the timer.
Go cautiously take your daughter to bed. I'll finish dinner.
Yeah, village is gonna take a while.
It's okay, Rose. Your mother doesn't want to remember it. I can't blame her.
The game is kind of quiet. Yeah, sorry. Every game is like...
Nothing. I'll put her down.
I'll turn it up a bit. Every game is like different audio levels. It's kind of cursed. It's okay.
There. It's like I said to your mom. That book's too scary for you. Almost there, honey. There you go, sweetheart. Don't you worry. I'll be right downstairs. Daddy won't let those weird fairy tale monsters get you.
Oops. Supposed to go through that door.
Is she okay?
Sleeping like a baby. That smells good. What's that?
Oh, hands off, mister. It's churba de legume. It's a local recipe.
Wow, you've gone full native.
Yeah, you can play RE8 in third person. I feel like the third person is kind of jank though.
What if you're gonna keep
Like it's not as good as RE2 or RE3 remake. A Coomer, what do you mean?
Stop worrying.
It's just finding you in Louisiana, the pregnancy, Chris moving us here, military training, it all happened so fast, you know?
Well, at least we're all together. You, me, Rose. Now, everything's gonna
Seriously? Think we can just forget about what happened in Louisiana?
It happened so long ago. I don't understand why you are so...
Mia, get down! Mia! Mia, oh God! Chris? What the hell?
Sorry, Ethan.
No! What? Why?
Go move!
All clear. Rose? What the hell are you doing with my daughter?
Package secure, sir. Take him away.
I said get your hands off her!
Ethan, no.
Rose?
Get him.
Why don't they just explain it? Because that would spoil everything, and you gotta bait the audience.
Hey, Doc.
Hello, Mr. Winters. I've got your daughter's results back, and I'd like you to come in to talk about them. How about next Thursday, 4 o'clock?
No problem. We'll be there. That was the doc. She'll see us next
It is really stupid though. Like, yeah, why is Chris treating you like?
Hey now. Think positively.
It's not like you're.
We talked
like
about
Ethan.
I know.
Ethan literally killed an entire Baker family. Like, fucking went to war.
Well, then what are you worried about? Look.
Killed biomutants. It's not like he's like.
We matter, Ethan. You matter.
Not like he doesn't know anything.
Mia, what are you talking about? Is there something you're not telling me? Come on, talk to me. Damn it. I have to take this. Jesus.
All right.
About damn time. What's your status? Is the package safe?
What are you talking about? Where's Chris Redfield? And Rose?
Who is this? This is a secure channel. You are not authorized to walk over.
No, this is gonna be the last game of the marathon tonight, and then tomorrow is gonna be the. Tomorrow is gonna be the end of the marathon. It's probably gonna be a pretty long stream. I mean, we'll see. Depends how long everything takes. Yeah, the end, Chad. Don't be sad. Be glad it ever happened. Also, Code Vein 2. Wait, what? So what is the most? Is Code Vein 2 or Neo 3 releasing first? I think it's Code Vein 2. Right? Because yeah, Code Vein 2, and then Neo 3, and then Reanimal, and then Resident Evil 9. So we're gonna be like super busy with new games. You speedran this game? Yeah, I ran it for like a month or so. Maybe a bit longer. I can't remember exactly, but yeah, I ran this game. I'll have you know, I came up with a lot of the strats for this game. I spent 40 hours practicing Moreau and Lady D. And now I'm probably going to mess up the strats in the run because I don't really remember how to do them very well, but that's okay. Luckily, you don't need to do the fights like perfectly. Well, you kind of need to do the Moreau fight perfectly in the run. I'm definitely going to have to check my VOD for the Moreau fight. Why not play this in third person? Because I'm not used to it. Also, well, another thing, Chad, is like, I want to do a Resident Evil marathon before RE9 comes out. But honestly, with how many new games are coming out, I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna have time to do a fucking Resident Evil marathon, but regardless, I'm definitely still gonna play. Like, I still want to try to do it. If we don't get through all the games, it's okay, but... I mean, the thing is, we already did, like, all the Resident Evil games during this speedrun marathon. Anyways. We didn't really do the OGs, though. We didn't do, like, RE2 or RE3 OG. And we didn't do... Well, we didn't do Resident Evil 5, but... Just don't play 5 different versions of one game like Bach does and you should be fine. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. The Resident Evil games are pretty short. Like, if I'm... It really shouldn't take me that long to get through all the games. Even if I'm doing, like, more of a casual playthrough and like, looting everything and taking my time, most of the games are still only, like, a few hours long. Even if I'm not going like full speedrun mode. I really hope Resident Evil 9 is... I mean, I think Resident Evil 9 is going to be good. I hope it's a good speedrun though as well. You know, we still never finished Resident Evil Outbreak with the lads. Yeah, no, Resident Evil 6 looks kind of ass. Not gonna lie. Do all achievements. I don't know, man. All achievements for the RE games doesn't seem like that fun. It's just like, you have to play the game multiple times. It's like, do 3 playthroughs, do 5 playthroughs. Except do 1 on standard and do 1 on professional and then do 1 with only the knife. I don't know, it's just... I don't have the time to do all achievements for all the games anyways. Or kill 1,000 enemies. Yeah, that... Yeah, isn't that for, like, Revelations or something? Resident Evil 7 was actually my very first Resident Evil game. Revelations is 10K? Oh, shit.
Nobody.
But yeah.
Down the road
RE7 was my first RE game. And you know what's crazy? I think it's been... How long has it been? 8 years since Resident Evil 8? Or 7, sorry? Or it's been... No, 9 years.
They're coming.
Fucking 9 years
What was that? You have a
since
gun?
RE7.
What? Please tell me you have a gun. No, why would I? Take it! Take it! Hey, are you listening? Hey! What the?
Honestly, I think Resident Evil 8 might be like one of my favorites though. I really like the fight. I like the fights in this game a lot. Especially on like Village of Shadows. I don't know, they're just very technical.
Dead body? Wait, there's more.
You only complain about RE8 is the slow start. I mean, I kind of like a slow start to kind of build up the atmosphere of the game. I mean, it's annoying for speedrunning, for sure. But,
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
What the hell is wrong with this place?
Have you guys in chat played Resident Evil Outbreak before? Probably not many. I really love destroying Ethan's hand in this game.
What the fuck was that?
Alright, so we just need to run past this guy. Hopefully he doesn't fuck us.
Get back!
I think we can reset, right? I think there's an autosave here. We grab these bolt cutters. This guy despawns because he's stupid. He's a stupid idiot. We're gonna grab this supplies to make a heal here. Grab the ammo. So now we go on the staircase. And if we... This guy should just keep missing us with his grabs, hopefully. Ooh, nice. I didn't play Welcome to the Game. I mean, I never speedran Welcome to the Game, though. I did Welcome to the Game 2, but I never ran the first one. Oh, shit. I was supposed to shoot this guy. How long is this run? Like an hour and 40 minutes. This is gonna be at least like 3 hours though in the marathon. Probably potentially longer, I don't know.
Okay.
You don't do the door strat anymore.
There's no antidote.
We're just trying to buy some time here. That's not good. Maybe I should have done the door strat, chat. How did he hit me there? Alright, we're gonna do the door strat, I think. The thing is, the door strat... Oh. This part of the game sucks so much ass, dude. Come on, let me out!
Is it over?
How long is the timer here? I think you need to survive for like 4 minutes or 5 minutes. I don't actually remember exactly how long it is. Oh, I shouldn't have gone down so soon. Well, that's okay.
There's no end to them.
Now we're gonna go to the door. Oh, I don't know. The thing about the door strat is like sometimes an enemy will come up behind you and fucking murk your ass. But hopefully it's fine. Was anybody paying attention to the I should have been paying attention to the timer when I started the sequence. I really don't. I don't know how long we need to wait. Once Urias, the big giant guy, spawns in, we at least know that we're close to the timer being done. You'll hear him like spawn in and start roaring and stuff. Yeah, so once this happens, I think it might just be like a minute left now. It's 6+ minutes. There's no way it's that long. Definitely not 6 minutes. How does this work? This section is on a timer, and we basically just need to wait. Well, yeah, the thing is, in this game, you can make it end earlier as well if you kill like 15 enemies. But on this difficulty, it's not possible to kill 15 enemies. The enemies are so fucking tanky, like you're just fucked. Did I grab the shotgun? Yeah, I have the shotgun. Alright, we're probably good to go now. I'm gonna wait like 10 more seconds and then I'm gonna go, and hopefully this is fine. Alright, we should be good now. Copium. Bro. Oh! Are you kidding me? Oh my god, how long do you have to wait, dude? This fucking shit game, dude. Oh my god, it's so long. I must have been close, but oh my god. Well, rip fucking 5 more minutes. You don't have any heal? I mean, yeah, I had a heal, but it doesn't matter. I was gonna fucking die either way, dude. Even if I healed, which, by the way, I don't really want to waste a heal there because I shouldn't have to, but even if I did heal, like... Okay, we're at 30:18. I mean, we would have been fine there. I just needed to wait a little bit longer.
Okay.
We must have been really close there. Honestly, we probably should have just waited like 30 seconds more.
There's no end to them.
And closed door, dude. Holy shit. Okay. It's a shame because this section could have actually been cool in the speedrun. Like they should have given you more ammo so you could actually kill the enemies. Like maybe on standard difficulty you can actually kill enough enemies to speed it up. But I think even on standard, I'm pretty sure you just wait. You just like hold the door. If they actually gave you the supplies to kill enough enemies here, and then it was faster to kill enemies, that would have been like so much better. Okay, so it's 2.5 minutes that he spawns in. Yeah. I think we wait till like 30. I'm gonna wait till like 34 or 30. That's probably overkill, but how do you do this without the door? Well, so the thing is, we don't actually the optimal strat is not to use the door anymore, from what I remember. If I remember correctly, you just like stay inside the cabin. You stay inside the cabin where I don't know how to describe it. The cabin at the top of the hill. You just like stay in there and there's a way to stay in there like infinitely. I don't remember how it works though. Somehow you like glitch the enemies so they can't come through the front door, and then you knife the guy on the window, and then you can just stay in there for as long as you need. If your rise is at the door, enemies can't break it down. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yeah. All right, here we go, chat. Okay, wait, I'm gonna wait till 38. That's 4.5 minutes. Surely that's long enough. There we go. I think it's either 4 minutes or 4.5. Funny, this is the only time these horses are used in this game. When randomizer speedruns. Is there even a randomizer for Resident Evil 8? All right. Lichen into another lichen. Yeah. This game doesn't have that much enemy variety. Alright. We probably shouldn't watch the cutscenes. Or, I mean, I don't know. Some of the cutscenes in this game are good, but at the same time, I don't want this run to take like 5 hours, necessarily. Also, this game is running at stable 120 4K res, chat. I don't know what it is about RE4 that's like so cooked. But this game is running really well.
Hello? You shouldn't be out here. It's not safe. What the hell?
Alright.
Rose is here?
Oh yeah, now we need to shoot Oh fuck, hold on. I need to turn my my on-screen crosshair off. This shit is so cursed. What the fuck? The crosshair is like not center with the crosshair from the game. Alright. So we need to shoot that. And these 2 crows. Oh wait, 3 crows. Crows are really important on this difficulty. They give a fuck ton of money. Didn't the randomizer tank your FPS? I don't actually think it was the randomizer because I tried booting up the game today without the rando on, and it was still not great. Okay, so we need this rusted scrap. This mine. This mine is really important for the speed strats later on. Actually, they're... I feel like I'm forgetting something. I don't know. Maybe not. It's fine. Please don't hit me.
Close the door. Please.
I didn't have ray tracing on for RE4. Why do I have another crosshair on screen? It's like from my monitor.
Okay.
My monitor has... Alright, yeah, we're gonna skip these cutscenes as this shit goes on. Oh, wait, 3 shotgun ammo there. That's really nice, actually. Yeah, it was for one of the only up skips. Alright, we are gonna grab this chem fluid in here, though. Chem fluids are really important in this game. So we're definitely gonna grab those.
Come on, it's clear.
Wouldn't factory enemies here in the beginning make it way harder? I mean, yeah, it could. But you can also just run past everything.
Louisa! Open up! It's me, Elena!
Man, you can save. I love how fast you can save in this game. Like, look at this. Dude, you can save in like 1 second. I love it when games let you save quickly. When a game has like a 15-second long saving animation, that shit fucking pisses me off. Not gonna lie.
This way. Come inside, the others are waiting.
It's not laziness from the devs though. It's just the devs feeling like
You're gonna get us all killed.
I don't know, some devs just don't I feel like they don't value like so many new games are in my opinion are like terrible for speedrunning because they have so much forced animations or like forced cutscenes.
All that's left.
Like you'll have a game and it'll have like 15 minutes of you just like crawling through a crack in the fucking wall, or
bitch, and you drag a
like you fucking light a bonfire, and that takes like 10 seconds, and then you have to interact with the bonfire and rest.
Sorry, bastard.
Because lighting the bonfire alone isn't enough to like reset stuff. So just I don't know, some shit just like some games just it's like so annoying how cinematic they try to make it.
Like your damn husband. Put a sock in it, Roxana!
That's enough! This house has protected my family for generations.
They are making games with speedrun in mind. See, somebody always says that, always like, it's like, it's not meant for speedrunning, but it doesn't matter. It's not even like a speedrun thing. It's just...
What the hell is going on here?
We don't know.
I like when games respect your time.
The monsters
I don't know, maybe that's a stupid take, but it's just fucking annoying when the game's just like wasting your time with all this like nonsense.
Did they? No. No, he is out there. Somewhere. He went to get help. Yes, that's it. He went to fetch help.
Let us pray. For him. For all of us. Good idea. Come.
I don't know why I'm watching this cutscene. Well, I'm teaching you guys the lore of all these guys. These NPCs are really important to the story. We might see them in Resident Evil 9.
Hear our voice, together as one in reverence. We call on thee, within the endless dark, to deliver us into fate's hands. As the midnight moon rises on black wings, so we make our sacrifice and await the light at the end. In life and in death, we give you glory, Mother Miranda.
I enjoy a cinematic experience. That's not what I'm talking about, though.
Tea should be ready.
It's just
Come help me, Elena, please.
That prayer.
you don't need to make it take 30 seconds to climb a ladder, or you don't need an elevator that takes fucking 2 minutes to go up and down, or you don't need the character to slowly crawl through the crevice at the fucking pace of a snail. It's not like that is adding anything to the experience.
What are you doing? Leonardo, what's wrong? Are you okay?
It's called a loading screen. Oh, shut the fuck up.
Father!
Elena, no, stay back!
No, let me go!
He'll kill us both! We have to go!
I'm not saying that there shouldn't be any animations. Why is it so hard for people to understand what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, but this disc, but this, but that, but this. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Elena?
I said no!
I mean, I'm not saying everybody should agree with me. It's just...
Oh my god. I'm so sorry, Father.
Hey, that wasn't your father anymore. You did the right thing. Elena, no! There's nothing you can do!
Papa!
This entire place is collapsing!
No!
You couldn't save him. He was already gone.
I mean, everybody's allowed their own opinion. That's not...
We're getting out of here.
That's... I think you're missing the point as well. Money.
Damn, the fire's moving fast.
This cutscene is... This is like one of the dumbest sections in a video game ever. And then, like, what is this physics? Or what are these physics? Like, how does the car just like fucking turn 90 degrees and fall on its side? It's a game? Yeah, I know, but it's just so stupid.
Grab on. Hurry. Let's move. Don't worry, and try not to breathe in the smoke.
I know. Thank you, Ethan.
So yeah, she died. Anyways, sorry.
I just don't get it. This place is going mad.
Why the fuck is this happening again? Shit!
This part of the game is so inconsequential though. Like, you meet all these people and then they just all fucking die and it's like, alright, well, that was fucking pointless.
Who's there?
Stop! Mother Miranda!
Hey! What was that?
I enjoyed this intro like casually though.
Death. Yes. Death has visited them all.
Guess this leads to the castle.
I don't think there's any 2B in this. Sorry to disappoint. Oh, wait, hold on. We gotta shoot these birds. Specifically on this difficulty, the birds drop like triple the amount of money that they normally do, or maybe even more. I don't know. These birds are fucking insane. They drop like 2,000 or 3,000 lei a piece. It's just a crazy amount.
Well, well. Didn't think anyone was left. You must be pretty tough. Huh.
Who the fuck are you?
Oh, you're not local. Even better. Mother Miranda's gonna love you. Wait, you're whining. We're almost there.
This is his voice with Nick Cage. He does kind of sound like Nick Cage a little bit.
Furthermore, I can assure you that you entrust the Mormon house in the task. My daughters and I will deliver to you.
Way ugly! I want to see!
Problem with the mods, dude, I don't know what it is about Resident Evil 8, but all of the mods in this game are just like fucking nude, like nude mods. Like naked erect Chris, naked erect Ethan, naked erect Heisenberg, fucking naked Mother Miranda, naked Lady D. It's like,
The man things.
come on, give me some decent
The man's
outfits.
stick is cut off in the castle, blah, blah, blah.
Sometimes less is more, or more is less. Wait,
Some of you were less persuasive than others, but
yes.
I've made my decision. Heisenberg, the man's fate is in your hands.
Mother Miranda, I must protest. Heisenberg is but a child, and his devotion to you is questionable. Give the mortal to me.
I don't know. I feel like if you just make the characters naked, it's just
And don't be a sore
you need like the mystery,
food somewhere
you know.
else.
Quiet now, child. Adults are talking.
I'm the child. You're the one who's arguing with Miranda's decision.
You wouldn't know responsibility if it was welded
Oh,
to
keep
that.
glory. One day your head will actually fit your ego.
Hey, don't I get a say in this?
Silence! My decision is final. There will be no argument. Remember from whence you came.
Thank you. Huh. Lycans and gentlemen, we thank you for winning. And now let the games begin.
Let's see. Ethan Winters.
Get ready.
No, wait!
Okay. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I hope Resident Evil 9 is gonna have like an ultra hard difficulty though.
Ah, Jesus Christ!
I mean, I imagine it will. I mean, all of the games have had like a really hard difficulty, so. I mean, that's like one of my favorite things about the RE games is like the hard difficulty categories. You know, it's actually funny though, chat, like, back in the day, people never played Resident Evil games on the hardest difficulty. All of the speedruns were done on like easy difficulty. Like when Resident Evil 7 came out, the most popular runs were the any percent like New Game Plus like easy difficulty. And same with I don't know why, it's just true though. Oh wait.
Shit!
Like, nobody really ran Madhouse for RE7 for a while. Back in the days 2017. I mean, I'm just saying that the mentality has changed.
Grand finale. Nothing like fresh American ground beef.
Well, I mean, I do agree, like, Professional and Madhouse and, like, Village of Shadows is more interesting.
Do those freaks have Rose?
I mean, it's not as fast, but the fights are more interesting and everything. But, yeah, people have definitely... I mean, even Village of Shadows in this game, there was only a few people that ran it. I mean, hell, Bach gave up on running Village of Shadows after, like, a week or two. Because it was so, like, cancer. For some reason I was thinking there was another bird. Sometimes these birds can come back to life and fly away after they're dead, which is really fucking cursed. I don't know why it happens.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Winters.
How do you know my name?
Anyone who is anyone has heard of the likes of you. A hero searching for his daughter. Though I must say, that castle arouses suspicion.
Yeah, and so do you.
I am but a humble merchant.
Here?
Oh, forgive my manners. Call me the Duke. Now to business. Weapons, ammunition, healing salves, anything you desire, I can provide.
I mean, some games are more interesting on hard difficulty, others are not as... No, I feel like it doesn't matter as much. Alright, we're gonna sell these crystal fragments, and then we're gonna buy the mine recipe, the heal, and then 5 shotgun ammo, and I think... Oh, and then we're gonna upgrade the power.
These hands are more dexterous than one might think.
Right.
Have a wonderful adventure.
Thank you. Thank you, Duke.
Could Rose be here?
Ooh, more shotgun ammo? Oh, hell yeah. We're actually so juiced on shoddy ammo right now. It's really good. I'm gonna make a save file here. God, look at how fast that saves, dude. It's glorious. All right. Hold on. I gotta I gotta turn off the game cap for a sec, because hold on. Alright. When the Bella sisters spawn in, or not Bella, whatever the fuck they're called. When they spawn in, the clothes don't spawn in at first. Which is a little awkward. Maybe I should have.
Mother, I bring you fresh prey.
Maybe I should have turned it off there.
To me, daughters. Now, let's take a look at him.
Yeah, the bug stuff, it makes it a little buggy.
Ethan Winters, you escaped my little brother's idiot games, did you? Let's see
Whatever, it's
how
fine.
special you are.
Yes, Mother.
No mod for Lady D. Yeah, sorry. You know, there's actually some good mods for Lady D, but sadly they're all like paid mods.
Quickly, Mother. I am the one who captured him.
Now, daughters. First, I must inform Mother Miranda. But later, well, there will be enough for everyone. Put him up.
Let me down!
Oh, be careful what you wish for, Ethan Winters.
Wait, what are you doing?
All right.
You crazy witches.
You actually can't skip this cutscene, by the way. This is like one of the few forced cutscenes of the run. You can skip almost every cutscene in this game, though, thankfully. All right, we need to grab this glass. This is worth a lot of money. All right. Oh, Ethan. All right, there's a chem in this drawer. I want to grab. Important. And then now we go. Right, we go up. Do I prefer RE7 or RE8? I don't know. I like them both. I like RE8 as a whole more, I think. I like the house section. I think the house section of RE7 is like amazing, but RE8 is just better packaged, like, as a whole. In my opinion. Alright, here we go. This part of the game is kind of fucked. This boss fight is kind of fucked, chat. We need to pick up this metal scrap and this pipe bomb over here.
Cassandra caused all this mess.
Okay, hold on. I am gonna check my VOD because I always have to do this, dude. I just can never fucking remember that this fight is kind of fucked. So just bear with me here for a sec, chat. I need to remember how I have everything set up here. Okay, I shortcut the pipe. Okay. Here we go.
Where are you going, little one? Bullets cannot harm. You stupid man thing! Move your hand!
Bro, I placed the fucking mine, you bitch! Oh, come on, man. Why is there...
I can't believe Cassandra caused all this mess. A healthy... Where are you going, little one?
I don't know. I should just skip the cutscene. The thing is, if you... Yeah, whatever. We'll just skip the cutscene.
Move your hand! Give up!
You bitch! It's just, if you don't skip the cutscene, it actually gives you like a more favorable RNG pattern because it puts her in like a consistent spawn location.
I believe Cassandra caused all this mess.
I'm gonna shoot a bullet. Maybe we want to put on this pistol compensator before I forget. We do not need that. Right, and now we go... Wait, I didn't fucking grab the wine bottle, bro. Oh my god, what am I doing?
Shall I give you the tour?
Fuck. She's not dude. What? She's not... What did I do wrong? You're supposed to... Hold on, I'm checking this. I guess I didn't wait for long enough. You're supposed to stand still when you go to the bottom of that stairwell. For some, I don't know. I guess I didn't wait for long enough. So we stand right here.
Shall I give you the tour?
That should be good. Grab green herb here. Oh, oops. No, not green herb. We need to grab... This is one of the most important items in the game, the metal scrap. You really need, like, all of the metal scraps allow you to build mines, and we need every metal scrap we can get so we can kill Moreau without it taking forever. Basically. Oh, you know what? I actually just forgot something super important. There's a chem fluid in this drawer that we need. Oops. Chem fluid and metal scrap are like the two most important things in the run.
Have you done to my daughter?
What the hell?
Coming through. There is a green herb behind us. I will grab. Probably don't need it, but guess we'll grab this. Impossible for Ari to get any worse than this. What the ban him. Ban that guy. I'm just kidding. You're allowed to have terrible taste. It's fine. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Mother Miranda, I regret to inform you that Ethan Winters has escaped that fool Heisenberg. Because he is in my castle and has already proven too much for my daughters to handle. When I find him... No, Mother Miranda. Yes, of course, I understand the importance of the ceremony. I won't let you down. To hell with the ceremony! That man will pay for what he's done.
I'm back. Sorry. Man, I love playing this game though.
There. All this for a child who isn't here.
What the hell, dude?
You ungrateful, selfish wretch. You come into my house. You lay your filthy man-hands on my daughters, and now you even try to steal my property. Damn. Rest while you can, because I will hunt you, and I will break you.
Chill, girl.
Go ahead, do your worst.
I was supposed to load checkpoint.
You'll be sliced to ribbons before you ever see a child. You will learn what it means.
Oh, that's not good. Damn it, dude. Fuck. I didn't do that. I didn't do the strats right.
You will learn.
I think I'm supposed to go this. Dude, I don't know what I'm fucking doing. Whatever. Oh, this guy's gonna kill me. Oh, never mind.
Running will get you nowhere!
Hey, Venerable Taoist, thank you for the 31 months. Sorry, I've been really bad with keeping up with resubs this stream, but Midas, thank you for the 12 months. Baron Bear, Seventh Son, Doc Johnson, Bob Razoid, Seventh Son, thank you for the sub as well. Chris Roydfield, Still We Fall, PewDiePie.
Good. Man, screw this castle.
Shit. Oh, I need to reload checkpoint. I fucked up here. Oh wait, not yet, not yet. I always forget that you gotta do this part first. Need this sniper rifle ammo. Super, super important. Like, really important that we grab that. Gonna do this piano puzzle.
So we finally meet.
So you finally came.
Ah! Ow! So mean! Put those arms down! Why are you doing this?
Kill yourself.
Why? Why would you do this?
Stop hiding.
What are you doing? It's so cold.
Luckily, if you stay far enough away, she basically can't, like, doesn't attack you.
Don't you love me?
But he tries to bait you to get close. This is not a great fight, but I'm just trying to conserve some shotgun ammo. Oh. Oh my god, she was fucking one shot away. No shot. Whatever.
Sick of bugs.
I'm sick of bugs. Alright, we got our shoddy ammo. Now we got this fucking puzzle. That's all of them. Why don't I have my knife equipped? Oh, right, I unequipped it before. Remember now. I don't think... Shit, how do I move stuff? How do I rotate? Can you soft lock at this puzzle? I mean, I guess if you waste all of your ammo. But they give you ammo in the room. But I guess, yeah, you could technically soft lock yourself at this puzzle if you somehow use all of the ammo in the entire castle and also can't craft any, I guess. Very unlikely, though. Alright, we need to grab this lockpick. I don't actually remember what you pick up that lockpick for, but it's something important. That guy was gonna hit me. Ammo infinitely respawns in that room. Oh, really? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, most games, if there is potential for a soft lock, the devs put in methods to prevent that. I didn't press the... God damn it.
Stupid man thing! You
There's a strat here. Is it to the left?
Stupid man thing!
How do you do this? I can't remember. Oh wait. I think you go right and then you curve left.
Stupid man thing!
Okay, maybe you go left and then you curve right. No, I don't think you need 30 FPS for this.
Stupid man thing!
Okay, what the fuck? I need to see what you do here, because this is... Oh. I know. Alright, we got it, chat. Here we go.
Stupid man thing! You won't live long, even if you run!
It's a pleasure to see you safe. How were things?
No sign of Rose.
Hey, Tira saying thank you for the Prime sub, man.
It turned out that way. Well, you'll find your way to her once.
Also, Dr. Kyle, thank you for the 30 months. Pandar, thank you for the Prime sub. Pure Angel, thank you for the Prime sub as well.
I've expanded my services. Please,
all right.
Come take a look.
We need to do... Hold on, I need to double check what I do here in my run. Bear with me. Shotgun cap. Do I max everything on the rifle? No, I max everything except
await your
reload speed.
patronage. You wish to make a purchase? Dissatisfied? I believe this is a fair price.
We buy this and the sniper rifle recipe. And then we upgrade ammo cap.
Oh,
Wait.
it's fine. All finished.
I just realized we're not... We're not done yet. We don't have all the masks.
Please come again.
We still have one sister left. Forgot. That's okay. No, 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 no! God damn it. Wrong key.
Trying to work up my appetite, are you?
Wait, did I forget to... No, it's fine. Oh, this is scuffed chat.
I was worried my sister had gotten to it first.
You ruined the hunt!
Fucking pitched. God damn it. I didn't throw the fucking pipe bomb fast enough.
I was worried my sister had gotten to it
You ruined the hunt!
Dude, how the fuck?
Bastard!
I really don't like. I can't afford to waste so many heals here. I really can't. I need to do this fight better.
I was worried my sister had gotten to it first.
You ruined the hunt! Curse you! You're done!
Dude.
Don't make me angry!
Kill a girl! Fuck you, bitch!
It's alive!
Oh my god, she's so tanky! What the fuck? God, I hate this fight. Fuck, man. I hate this fight so much. You bitch!
I was worried my sister had gotten to you first. Oh, you! It's alive! You're done! Don't make me angry! You will not get away! You're my brave mother!
Crazy witch.
Alright. I don't remember if we need that or not.
Okay, I should be able to get out with these.
Alright, well, all the sisters are dead now. Oh god, I forgot about
The entire bloodline of House Domitresk is done in by the likes of you.
Yeah, the crafting stuff seems really cool with Grace. Rage? Nope. Pleasure? No. Joy? Sorrow? Oh! ADT, please.
Apologize with your life.
Luckily there is another chem fluid in here. Oh wait, there's actually... Oh wait, no, the chem fluid's in here. There is a... We need to go back. There's one more upgrade we need to do. It's kind of important, I think.
Window shop away. Dissatisfied? I believe
By the
this
likes
is a
of
fair
you.
price. Thank you for your patronage.
Fucking talk to me!
As you wish.
We need to get ammo cap for the rifle.
Till next we meet.
Alright, here we go with this fight. This, I think we make 2 sets of ammo. This fight is, quite difficult. Yo, thanks, Seeker. Yeah, Vega was horrible in the run. But yeah, the last 2 is good.
You've ruined everything!
Yeah. I just didn't practice the Vega skip enough. The new strats for the runner for the Doom run are so nice though. I kind of want to try to get like a new PB. It's much easier, yeah, for sure. 100%.
Looks like your outside matches your inside.
I can cancel this early, but I think I'm just gonna wait it out. Oh, it takes so long. Oh wait, what? This is not. This is not going according to plan, chat.
Just give up.
You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna check my run. I'm gonna just do a quick little peruse of my run. Give me a sec. I wish I had the boss health bars shown. The boss health bar mod is so nice, actually. This fight is like so specific. I should probably just do the animation cancel. All right, I know this isn't fast chat, but it will ultimately probably be faster to do this still. So. All right, well, here we go.
Looks like your outside matches your inside. So, You're finished.
supposed to get hit by those bugs there. I'm supposed to get hit by that, by the way, but I think I was missing too much health and I didn't. You're actually supposed to get hit by the flies on purpose because it makes Lady D spawn faster. No, you're not supposed to fly. Oh, that's... Oh. Definitely haven't done enough damage yet. Bro. You bitch. He's... What? Oh, whatever. Oh yeah, the flies are invisible actually because of the sisters mod. He's gotta be fucking dead now. Like... I think she's doing the scripted thing. Yeah, I am. Alright, phase 2. I think we've definitely used a bit more ammo than we should have, but... she's easier to hit. She's got to be dead soon. Oh man. Our ammo supply is not looking too great, but it should be okay. I don't know. We missed a lot of. It's so, like, you do, like, double damage with each shotgun shot if you hit her body, but it's so hard to hit the body, at least fast. The wing tries to block you so often. Nearly 2 hours already.
You're the one who's cursed.
Beneviento House will be really fast, though. The rest of the run should be a bit quicker in terms of just, like, getting through the game. We also were watching a fuck ton of cutscenes. Yeah, Moreau's gonna be tough. True. Maybe we should go... Isn't there a... I think there's a chem fluid back here. Oh no, never mind. It's a gunpowder. We are a little bit low on supplies. Should I grab some fish? Do some cooking. You are broke. Yeah. Does this game have adaptive difficulty? On this difficulty, I don't think it's adaptive at all. It's like the set, it's always the same.
Glory to Mother Miranda.
All right. Anyways, old lady's yapping. Don't worry about it. Miranda, that's spoilers. So we're gonna come in here and also grab another metal scrap. Very important. Hopefully we don't get hit here. What's the strategy for Moreau? We place 9 mines in a giant stack and then we explode the shit out of him. And I destroy your speakers at the same time.
There you are. I had a feeling you would pop up here.
It was all worthless.
Is that so? I assume you've picked up something of value.
Not sure if it's of value, but...
Why, you have your daughter right in your own hands.
What are you saying?
Take a closer look.
What's up, Dara?
mask seems to contain her head.
No.
You have to learn the start of the Moreau fight.
Don't say another word!
Yeah, make him do the correct sequence. You need to do the fight on 60 FPS, which
This is impossible!
maybe that's part of the
This just
problem.
can't be!
Your daughter's essence is still intact. Her powers are truly unique.
Who could even do this?
She can be saved, you know.
Saved? From this? Are you insane?
There's a house with a red chimney on the western side of the village. Go and seek out the man who lives there. Then we can continue our conversation.
Quit holding out and get to the damn point.
You don't have to trust my words. But do you have any better options?
Luke is such a weird character.
Your choice. The customer is always right. After all.
That is natural hair. No.
You'll pay if I find out this is a lie. Fucking Joker.
So there's a cool skip we can do here. I'm sure like most of you guys probably know this skip because a lot of people did it casually, but you can, there's a lock on this door and you can just shoot it from here. Very convenient. How many lockpicks do I have? 2? I know there's one lockpick that we need to use in the factory. I don't know where the other one is used though. Off the top of my head. There's a lockpick that you can use here, but I don't think we want to do that. I don't think you get very much from it. All right. I'm supposed to use the shotgun there, but I'm so low on shotty ammo, I was just kind of concerned. I thought there was a chem fluid in here, but I guess I'm wrong. All right. Oh, 6 shotgun ammo? Holy shit. We hit the fucking mother load. What the fuck? 6? What is the code for this again? 0748. Why is this dial is so like low res? Like it looks so bad. So weird. Oh no. No! Oh, why'd you gotta do that? Don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die, no! Bro, the 6 shotgun ammo. Wait, is that consistently 6 shotgun ammo? Thought it was RNG, but maybe not. Could I stream 1440p? I tried the 1440p streaming on Twitch, but it had... I don't know, people just kept complaining about, like, buffering and lag and issues and stuff. Please don't hit me. Yeah, there's a checkpoint right up ahead here. Right when you stand up here. All right, hopefully this guy just doesn't fucking attack us. Oh, that's okay. Die, you fucking chickens. Give me your meat.
Better see the Duke again.
Isn't there some birds that I can kill here? There was. Oops. Whatever.
How was it? Did you learn anything?
I found these feathers. Now tell me how to fix this like you said you would.
Settle down. First, you must use that key and collect all of your little roses flasks.
Where are the rest of them?
There are 4 in total. You have the one, and the other lords have the rest.
Lords?
Mother Miranda is the cold, calculating ruler.
No, I say this every time, but
4 lords
I feel like it would have been really cool if they let you do the bosses in any order in this game. Like you could go to the factory first, or you could go to
in a valley of mist. The
Beneviento first, or you could go to Moreau first. When I saw this cutscene, like casually, I was like, oh, you can just choose where to go, but then it was like, oh, nope, never mind.
The third is Moreau, a being of twisted flesh that lives in the reservoir past the windmills. It is said that he is not the only monster that lives in those waters. The fourth and most dangerous is Heisenberg. He works in his factory on the village outskirts. And the project. Let's just say parts of the human imagination are better left alone.
I mean, maybe at some point in development they actually thought about letting you choose, like, the order, but they changed it. Who knows?
If you
The
truly
cutscene
wish to
definitely
save
gives, like, the vibes that that's how it works.
Welcome.
Can I do some cooking?
Ah, yes, I have you. Find some quality ingredients and bring them to me. Carry on. I can hardly wait. Just excuse me a moment.
It'd be hard to balance. Yeah, I mean,
Finished. I'd love for you to enjoy as
I mean, they could just make it so like I mean, they could have. It's not like the Resident Evil games are a stranger to scaling. Like if you did factory first, you know, they could make the enemies, like they could make it easier. God damn it. It's so hard to see these crows. Is the cooking part of the speedrun? No, I just felt like cooking. Why are there doll parts in a stroller? You can choose which lord you kill first? No. That's what we're saying. It would be cool if you could. But...
What?
Ethan.
Because then we could all, like, in the speedrun, you could just do Beneviento House last, because Beneviento House is, like, completely scripted, and you basically don't lose any time there, ever. Chad, I'm gonna need you to remember, chat, I'm gonna need help with the codes in a Beneviento House. Surely somebody
What the hell is this?
Everyone leaves me.
can remember the codes.
Even Rose. I don't want to be alone.
This can't be real.
The boss fight that's at this grave is actually so fucked up. Is there a cheat sheet for this? I don't know if anybody made a cheat sheet for this game. There's not that many codes that you need to remember in this game, like, at all, so... Resident Evil 2 had way more, like, code puzzles. Be more difficult to write the cutscenes. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Oh, I'm so excited for RE9 though. It's gonna be so much fun having another RE game to test and route and just play through. Oh, alright, so there's a skip here. See how I'm moving like slow as shit? So if you walk outside for just like a frame and then you run back inside, you can run full speed inside the house. Now, sadly, the moment you get over to this elevator, they get rid of the full speed. Because if you could keep this speed, like, the entire time, it would make this section so much better. But unfortunately, you lose it when you come to the elevator here. Kinda sucks. Also, Pure Angel, Tirasang, Internet Got, Infinimension, Jankuda, Kamikaze, Hekotin, Uncle Drew, thank you for all the resubs, guys. All the Prime subs.
What?
Alright, guys, what is the code? Come on, surely somebody 052911. Okay. Thank you. Ban that guy. What do you guys... You guys really just love tilting me, don't you? Wait, fuck. I'm not supposed to go here yet. Oops. I need the... Why am I'm like drawing a blank as to the fucking order of things that I'm supposed to do here. Oh wait, no, never mind, I remember. I need to get the winding from the... No, I don't need the ring. It's like the leg or something. Ella's fireplace. What does that mean? RE9 wise, are you gonna do first person or third person? Probably first person. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's like hard to say. I might have I think I messed it up. Oh, no, never mind. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably just do it on default, like whatever the devs intended. What's up, Jason? I think that's it. Oh, never mind. The thing is, Resident Evil speedruns are generally pretty glitchless. And even if there are glitches, generally the glitches aren't that popular. Like if you can skip half the game, most RE runners aren't gonna run that category. From my experience. Yeah, RE4 was pretty broken, and well, yeah. I mean, RE4 was pretty broken. Funny enough, my RE4 run on YouTube has so many comments of people that are like, this isn't fucking legit, you suck, you know, you didn't actually beat the game, try it without the glitches. Okay, dude. Fucking bozos. It's just, I find it funny how so many people think that doing glitches is like making the, like in 99% of cases in a speedrun, doing glitches is way fucking harder than just playing the game like the normal way. Not always the case, but most of the time. Out of bounds in this game, yeah, there's like one single glitch in this game that allows you to skip the rifle. You can like go out of bounds using a pipe bomb, and it allows you to skip the rifle, so you have to fight. If you do that glitch in this category, in Village of Shadows difficulty, you have to fight Lady D without the rifle, and it's fucking horrible. I spent like don't even get me started on that. It's so stupid. So there was a bounty for the first Alright, sorry, I need to yap for a moment. There was a bounty for this game, chat. For any percent, hardest difficulty, first person to beat the game in under an hour and a half, I think it was, or an hour 40. I think it was an hour and a half. Anyways, first person, sorry, I will pause the timer. First person to beat the game in under an hour and a half. It was like this website called like speedrunbounties.com, or I don't fucking know. It was like it was some website, anyways, that posted speedrun bounties, and I got the first sub 130. I spent a fuck ton of time routing this fucking category, figuring out the Lady D fight, figuring out all the routing for the any percent run. And then I finally get the sub 130 and they're like, congrats, you got sub 130. Now you have to wait 2 weeks. And if somebody beats you, then the bounty continues. And it was like, what the fuck do you mean? What kind of, I mean, I should have read the fine print or the fucking rules, but it's like, what kind of fucking bullshit ass bounty is this? Like, oh, you got the bounty. Now time for somebody else to get the bounty. And then, so Trey, 7 Ray D, and Spicy both learned the run and then beat my time in those 2 weeks. And then they both kept, every time the run got beat, the timer went further. So it's like, if somebody beats your time, now the bounty gets extended for 2 more weeks. So it's like, you just, the bounty just goes on forever until the run gets either so optimized that nobody can get a PB within 2 weeks, or like, anyways, Trey and Spicy, they both ended up agreeing with each other. They're like, oh, we're going to split the bounty because this is fucking stupid and we're just going back and forth. And I mean, good for them. Like they like I do well enough for my stream. Like I mean, I wanted the bounty money, but I'm glad at least Spicy or Trey got it. But it was so fucking stupid. So stupid, man. I lost? Well, I just didn't care. I mean, I didn't want, dude, I didn't want to, like, I didn't want to keep running the game. Bro, why is the baby so close? What? Oh, fuck. I want to do the baby skip, but I don't remember how to do the baby skip. Hold on, I gotta check the baby skip. One sec. I mean, this isn't worth doing if I need to check the baby skip, but whatever, I don't care. All right, wish me luck, chat. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, never mind, I'm not dead. I thought I was way too late there, but I guess. How large is the kill box? If you like touch the baby at all, you just fucking die. Basically.
Try and find me.
I wanna fucking close the door on myself. Goddamn.
Fucking monster.
It's a RNG. So she can be here or here. The first spawn is consistent, the second spawn and the third spawn are both RNG. The second spawn RNG isn't as bad as the third spawn. So the third spawn, either she could be directly to our right here, which is really good RNG. Oh, nice. Or she can be by the elevator, which is like 10 seconds lost.
Stupid idiot! What are you doing to my cute friends?
The RNG on the second spawn is only like 2 seconds lost or something. Really not a big deal. The third spawn is a lot worse though.
Things right. What? Good. I need to get out of this place.
Oh.
So that's who's behind all this? That makes two.
Alright, 2 more bosses left. Well, more than that, but 2 more containers. Oh, fuck. You're right. Oh my god. Thanks, chat. I actually totally forgot. That's actually really important. We actually really need that doll. Good thing we didn't forget. Well, I would have forgotten. Thanks, guys. The game is pretty long for a speedrun. Yeah, I mean, like, my PB for this game is 1 hour and 45 minutes. This run is probably going to be like 4 hours long. Because we're watching cutscenes and some of the fights are going to take like multiple tries and stuff. Am I going to upload a supercut of this marathon to YouTube? I don't know. I wasn't planning on it, but just a lot. That's a lot of shit for my editor to go through, and like 120 hours of VODs. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Maybe not. I don't know why I'm even coming in here. We don't come in here during the speed run. Whatever, I guess. Which game did I have the best run in? I don't know. Honestly, the Doom run went pretty well except for one of the levels. I mean, the Souls games are always like totally fine. I don't know. I've ran the Souls games so much. I'm never really that worried about them. Damn, terrible drops from that. I mean, Only Up was clean because of the trainer, though. Like, if I wasn't using the trainer, it would not have been...
Does this look familiar?
Would not have been that good. Alright. We've got a bunch of shit to sell.
Ah, Miss Angie. Just adorable. Porcelain dolls are very popular, you know.
Okay, we're supposed to sell... the shotgun. Alright, hold on. I gotta check what I buy here. I mean, I think I might kind of remember, but I'm just gonna check. Because there's a lot of shit you gotta buy here. Okay, we fully upgrade the rifle. We also need to sell the... Wait, which pistol do we keep? I think we sell this one.
Food is life.
We upgrade this. Then we buy this, this. Buy all the shoddy ammo, buy all the sniper ammo. Is there anything else? Alright, we buy mines and pipes. And also we'll buy a first aid.
Please come again.
Okay. Yeah, I like the boss speedrun a lot. Just I used the wrong key. Wait, I should make a save here. Yeah, no auto sword. That's okay though. We don't need auto sword. Oh god, I forgot about this. I have a mod that took off all of his hair. All right, here we go, guys. Please don't fuck me. Hopefully we got good RNG pattern. Oh, I actually think we got good RNG. Nice. Did I enjoy Ethan Must Die? Yeah, that's a fun little mini game. I I like Village a lot. I thought it was a really fun speedrun too. You like RE4R runs more? Yeah, that's fair. I mean, the intro for this game is kind of shit, but any fun times for me during the marathon? I mean, the whole marathon's been fun. Well, I mean, yeah, the marathon has been tiring me out a bit, but I mean, it's been fun, and I don't, like, regret doing it or anything. It's to be expected.
I'd do anything.
I'll just be taking this.
Wait. What are you doing with Mother's special child?
She's not hers.
Oh, you have something to say?
What do you mean, Mother's special child?
Mother wants her baby back.
Don't screw with me!
Wait, please. If you take it, then the others will laugh at me. But if I do better than them...
What do I care?
Wait, just a little longer, please.
What's so funny?
You're stupid. You talk too much. It's all over. I plugged away in.
What do you...
It's fun.
Yeah, the only up run was good. I mean, I used the trainer.
Shit.
But we hit the dragon skip and we hit, like, basically all the skips in the run.
Damn freak.
Yeah, I fell down like 2 or 3 times, and I just used the trainer because I didn't want to have to run all the way back, but... And I knew Resident Evil... I didn't want Only Up to take, like, too long, because we're also doing... since we were doing RE8 tonight, and this game takes a while. Yeah, we did the dragon skip. It took me like 3 tries to get it, though. That's mainly what the trainer was, like, most useful for. Alright. Where is the... Am I crazy? Is it... Wait, is it only an herb here? I'm like 99% sure there's a chem fluid. Maybe not. Dude, I could have sworn there was a chem fluid here, but I... Guess not. Whatever, I guess. It's probably fine. I'm pretty sure we have, like, we've picked up so much extra treasure in this run. We're definitely, like, way more rich than we're supposed to be right now, which is fine. I mean, it's having more money isn't a bad thing. No, I haven't played this game in third person before. Almost 5 a.m. for you. Yeah, sorry, it's getting a bit late. Woke up kind of late today.
What was that? What the hell? Research post or something? What the fuck are they doing here?
Get off of me! Stay the fuck down!
Ethan! I gotta say, I'm surprised you made it this far. It'd be a shame if something happened to you now.
Sure, Chris. Why not? You killed Mia. Now do me and finish the job.
Hey, Cap. I'm getting some serious motion readings out here. We should move on.
What kind of readings? What's moving?
Unknown, but my guess is we've been here too long, and Miranda knows it.
Hey, did you say Miranda? How are you involved?
Leave it alone, Ethan. You are out of your depth. What about the sample analysis?
It's definitely related to the mold.
You stay out of our business, Ethan.
What this God?
Do I have mods installed for Moreau? Are there mods for Moreau?
Shit! Stay back!
I guess there probably are. It's probably something. It's probably like naked erect Moreau or something. The first thing modders do is add a dick on everything.
Miranda sent you to slow me down? You're pathetic. What are you talking about? What the fuck is wrong with you?
I love how Ethan, why are you talking to the fucking tentacle monster, Ethan, that's puking all over the fucking floor? What is wrong with you? Yeah, no fucking kidding, Ethan.
What am I supposed to do? He said the exit's underwater.
Yes. To think I would buy such things. Pay me no mind.
Whatever. I don't really think there's any upgrades we need.
David?
I think there is a chem in this toilet. Nice. So treasure here. All right. Okay. I was like, wait, is this what I'm supposed to do?
Seriously?
Yeah, Moreau is so incredibly tanky in this difficulty, it's like absurd.
I'm not looking for fish food.
Like if it wasn't for the mine strat, If it wasn't for the mine strat, like, we would running this game would actually just be fucked. Like, Moreau would be so horrible.
Stinks.
Also, Hunk, thank you for the 46 months, man. Gonna make this. One thing that still doesn't make any sense to me is why is this, like, this thing that you push in the water just magically appears? Like, it makes, like, where does it come from? I don't fucking know. Oops. Caught myself a big one.
Caught myself a big one.
Need to get out of here!
Well, I don't know. It's doable, Jason. This just takes like all of your ammo. Oh. Also, hitting Moreau's weak spot is super cursed because even if it looks like you're hitting his weak spot, sometimes you actually aren't.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna buy some handgun ammo.
Wish to make a purchase? Please come again.
I think the game, yeah, the game auto saves anyways. So I'll make a save. Kind of pointless though. All right. Wait a sec. Got confused. I'll never play a muck. Why do you say that?
Got it.
All right, chat. I am going to I'm gonna check my VOD because this fight is extremely specific and I need to check my VOD. I need to check. This fucking fight is such a bitch. Every time I fucking run this game, I can't remember exact. It comes back to me quickly, but the strat is like so specific. Oh man. All right, here we go.
I guess I gotta do this.
I messed something up there. I don't. Hold on. We get like this entire fight is extremely specific. Hold on. I need to double check what I messed up here. We did it correctly at first, but then I messed something up. Oh, I know what I think I know what I did wrong. Okay. No, we did that right. It's just I shot my shotgun too slow.
I guess I gotta do this.
Wait. Supposed to do, okay, wait. It's 2 shots. Oh, okay. Shotgun. All right, we're getting there, chat. We're getting there. I don't think Joel isn't banned anymore. He was actually here like during the marathon, I think, at one point.
I guess I gotta do this.
I aimed at the wrong spot. I need to shoot the barrel there. All right, hold on. Let me fucking this fucking fight, dude. God damn. Hold on, let me double check. Okay, so we shoot the barrel. And sniper, shotgun, shotgun, shotgun. Run away. Okay. Like you need to hit like every single shot here, chat. It is like, I mean, we could probably still kill him if we mess up slightly, but we at least need the start of the fight to go.
I guess I gotta do this.
Oh, I missed one hit on the weak spot, but probably okay. Yeah, I have enough ammo. No. It's fucked. Doubters will win bank. What's up, Zeke? No, I mean, none of the other fights in the run are as particular as this one.
I guess I gotta do this.
Mess that up. God damn it, dude. Why is he doing that? Like we almost have the script. We almost have it, but he's just not. Hold on, let me see. I think my timing was just slightly off with one of my shotgun shots. It's patched. Okay, yeah, there we go. Like we're almost there on the script.
I guess I gotta do this.
Have a good night, Gunnar. Dude, the problem is he's going the wrong fucking way. Dude, why? Okay, hold on. Oh, okay, wait. I know what I did. I know what I'm doing wrong. I'm only supposed to reload 3 shotgun shots. Okay. It's just I need. There's one specific attack that I need to bait, but like the time I'm messing up my timing. I think we got it now.
I guess I gotta do this.
Oh no. Ready for fucking an explosion, chat. Bruh. You're gonna fucking run me over?
Can't get caught.
I wonder what his health is at. We missed a few shots at the end. He should have been dead. I'm pretty sure he's probably at like, well, I don't know. He should be pretty low. He can't actually die when he's on the top of this building, by the way. There we go. I think we missed about like 600 HP worth of damage.
In death as he was in life.
Yeah, it was okay. We just missed a few crucial hits, which, I mean, that's like how precise this fight is. Like, even when you do it perfectly, you're basically doing just enough damage to kill him.
The exit's up ahead.
better off than I thought.
The fight is consistent. I mean, we almost got the kill there.
Just met a while back. Not that it
I
really
just slightly messed up.
You're the last asshole in my way, aren't you?
You've got fight. I'll give you that, Ethan. But what's the plan when you have all 4 flasks?
What are you trying to get at?
I could lend you a hand.
Trying to get on my good side?
Now don't get cocky. I'd kill you if you weren't worth the trouble. There's a stronghold not too far outside the village. Go there and get my flask. Do that, and you pass. First, head back to the graveyard.
Self-centered prick.
Let me change back to, I wonder how high my FPS. Dude, like, holy fuck. Why does this game... Dude, this game runs so much better than RE4. It's insane. I'm at 300 FPS. And meanwhile, RE4 can't even hit, like, fucking 100. That's so weird. Yeah, but RE4 doesn't have frame gen either, does it? Maybe it does? I don't know. Well, this game doesn't. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about RE4. I don't think RE4 has frame gen either. This is weird. I don't know if, like, I wonder if something's like wrong with my PC and like it's so strange to me that RE4 runs so badly. All right, very important here. 2 magnum ammo. We need that magnum ammo. Body ammo there. Bro, what do you fucking mean, bro? I just... Whatever, that's my bad. What do you got for me? Oh, a metal scrap. We don't really need metal scrap anymore, but still, that's nice. I'm gonna go up this way to bait this guy. All right. So yeah, this Magnum is insanely good. Like, so fucking strong. It is called Wolf's Bane, and you use it on Urias, the next boss in the run, and it fucking destroys him. It's so goddamn good. Is this the last game? It's the last game for today. The nice scripted fight. Yeah, I mean, if you do it correctly. I mean, basically all the fights in this game are scripted.
This is Lord Morose?
You just need to actually do them correctly,
I suppose it's
though.
what they call the beauty of the
All
grotesque.
right, we're gonna upgrade that, and I think that's really all we need to do.
Till next we meet.
There is some extra Magnum ammo we could pick up. I don't know if we should pick up the extra mag ammo. Oh, fuck you, dude. Give me your meat. You too. All right, so there's 2 extra mag shots over here. Probably not worth grabbing, but I'm gonna do it anyways. I don't know, because the thing is, there's like this big motherfucker who can destroy us. Maybe he won't notice us though. Yeah, there's explosive rounds too. Here it is, 2 Magnum ammo. I guess we avoided him. Nice. Is there even an RE8 rando? Oh, alright. So we are gonna make a bunch of flash grenades now. Resets is probably good. We're actually kind of low on herbs. Hopefully this guy up here... We should be able to just run past this bow guy. Or not. Or not. Please don't hit me here. Oh, please don't hit me here. Use 2. You're only supposed to use 1 flash there, but I'm pretty sure we can afford to use 2. Because we have like extra explosive rounds and stuff. I don't know, I've never played this game in 3rd person.
This must be their den. This must be their den.
Oh no. Oh. I think we need to go 60 FPS for this part.
Okay, big guy.
I think there's a metal scrap here too. Or sniper ammo. Alright, I'm gonna have to check my VOD for this fight as well. Every single fight in this goddamn run, well, except for maybe Miranda. All the fights in this run, well, Miranda and the fight before her, but so many of the fights in this run are like so specific. I think after this fight, though, everything else should be fine. Like, Urias is fine, Heisenberg is fine. Shit. Maybe I shouldn't have picked up the meat. Fuck the meat, we don't need the meat. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna check my VOD. Bear with me, chat. Sorry, but this fucking fight is... I mean, I kind of remember how to do it, but it's... All right, well, here we go. We have extra mag shots, which should help us at least. We have more than we're supposed to here. At least I think. Here we go.
That's not good.
The shot. That, like, I'm not kidding. If you miss a single fucking shot, you're cooked. Like, actually. Okay. Because you need to stagger him at the correct timing. All right. So we drop down. Shoot here. Reload. Bro, I missed 2 fucking mag shots, bro. Oh my god. Rip. No. 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 He's gotta be fucking dead. No? Oh, there we go. Picking up those extra mag shots was definitely a good idea.
Eat shit.
Eat shit. I don't remember which ones I need to shoot, so I'm just gonna shoot all of them. You just want the yellow and the green one, I think.
You're the real deal, Ethan. Well done.
Quit hiding, asshole. I'm not letting you get out of this.
Cool your jets. Just a little bit more, and you're all wrapped up. I'll lend you a hand. So in exchange...
In exchange what?
First of all, come to me. Put all the flasks in the altar, and I'm sure you'll figure the rest out. See you, Ethan.
God damn it.
It's so... You know, funny enough, chat, when I was running this game, I had no idea. The first like month or two of running this, well, maybe it wasn't that long. I had no idea that there was this treasure here. So I routed like the entire game, and I was like picking up all this extra shit, and then it turns out there was just this like plate that I was missing. That's like, like right there. It's just an inch away. Also, Amanda Krugs, thank you for the 3-year resub. Oh. Ugh. Normally it would be the second key in the list, but I picked up Luthier's key for some stupid reason. Oops. Can I crank this shit? Oh no. Oh no, you need like the well crank, or it's like a different item. We don't need whatever's in there anyways. Doesn't matter.
It's my greatest pleasure to see you return alive.
Hey, Talthmar, thank you for the 23 months. Thank you, dude.
What was that?
Perhaps he hasn't laid eyes on me.
I still think we might get a Resident Evil 9 demo. It's possible.
What?
But, who knows? I mean, you guys say cope, but I feel like it's fairly realistic that we could get an RE9 demo. I think it'll just be a bit closer to, like, launch. They'll probably do another like showcase. I don't know. I mean, they did a demo for every single. They did a demo for like all the Resident Evil games so far, chat. They did one for RE2 remake, RE3 remake, RE4 remake, Resident Evil 7, Resident Evil 8. So it's just like, I feel like it's kind of. I'd be surprised if there wasn't a demo. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna try to speedrun Resident Evil 9. I mean, hopefully it's a good speedrun. I'll probably run it for like a few weeks, maybe like a month. I don't know. Resident Evil runs are a lot of fun at first, but they get kind of old pretty quickly, in my opinion. Like, they just get optimized really fast, and they eventually get to the point where you're resetting for like 5 seconds time save. But I don't know. Maybe Resident Evil 9 will have a lot of... Like, the thing about Resident Evil games is routing them isn't that complicated. Like, the route might change a little bit here and there. I think Resident Evil 4 Remake was the one where the route changed the most because there was, like... There was new skips that were found in RE4, but then on top of that, the money routing changed a lot over time. But, like, if there... I don't know. Is Resident Evil 9 gonna have a currency system? Even... Like, how is that gonna work? Maybe Leon will have like a merchant and Grace won't, or maybe there's just no currency at all, and you just like pick up weapons.
What the hell? Mia?
Truth hurts, though. Let me guess. You're thinking, take me out like the others, and then he gets to go and save Rose, right?
I'm healing my daughter.
Look, you got this all wrong.
A speedrun event for 9 in the first place was a Porsche. That would be crazy. I'm gonna go get some water, chat. I'll be right back.
Listen, Ethan, you're being played.
What are you talking about? You think this is a game?
I said sit! Lady, supersized bitch. Ugly ass psycho doll. And then moronic freak. Don't you get it? It's a test. To see if you're strong enough to be a part of Miranda's family.
I don't want to be a part of Miranda's family.
Neither did I, but here we are. And I'm next in line, right? Kill me, move up the chain. Well, fuck that!
I don't give a damn about your personal issues. I just want to fix my daughter.
So do I. Do you have any idea how powerful that kid is? Even Miranda's scared of her. Last time, you freak, I swear to God! You and me, Ethan. Together, we can go save Rose, and then we can use her to grind Miranda into paste.
My daughter is not a weapon. Fuck you!
Last chance. You don't want to find out what's in that hole.
I'll take my chances.
You're few.
Made it back just in time. Oh, fuck.
Damn! What was that thing?
Bro. This fucking... Dude! Let me up! This ledge is so bugged. It's insane. I hope RE9 has some RNG. I actually think RNG is like good for the, well, I don't know, to like, it depends how bad, like, I don't want RNG that kills the run, but I hope there's like some variance. I hope the run doesn't get optimized like too fast.
Welcome, welcome. You're sure to find something new.
I can't really grow a beard. My facial hair is cooked. I have one heal. That's not great.
Did he do this too?
True. Going to Turkey for a beard transplant. And I'm okay.
Seems useful.
Won't be watching the RE9 speedruns until you complete the game. That's fine. I get it. Alright. We need to get... There's mag ammo in here, very important. I really don't want to take that hit there. Bro, I shot you in your fucking head, man. That's gonna hit me. Oh, never mind. Wow, I'm actually shocked. I felt like I was so late there. RE9 will be full of gimmicks. I love gimmicks. Bring it on. What's in here? Body ammo. Why am I'm like drawing a blank. Wait, did I get the... Wait, did I fucking forget to pick up the... Oh wait, no. Wait. No. Oh, no, no. I remember now. I remember. I'm just confused. The cog mold. So luckily this part is really easy because you can just go over here and despawn everybody. Can I make more explosive rounds? Metal, scrap, herb. I'm low on herbs. I'm gonna hold off.
Such a disappointment.
Oh, this is not.
I thought we could join forces against that bitch.
Oh god,
Miranda.
this is the wrong. Oh jeez.
Truly.
Am I gonna get blocked here?
Took on to be her children. Locked us away in her village. Decades of being forced to serve her. Can anyone understand that humiliation? I'm not lightweight. I want nothing more to be free of that bitch. As though I need power. I need enough power to destroy her. These are the fruits of my power. The strong will destroy the weak. That's the way of the world. You should have never refused me, Ethan.
Ah, you again?
I'm through. You have Monster Hunter World and you can't get into it? Yeah, Monster Hunter's a... I love Monster Hunter, but it's definitely not for everybody.
Miranda thinks we're nothing but
Miranda.
Oh, she doesn't care for us? No. She's long lost all her humanity. Destroy her.
I don't give a shit about your family drama.
That's my bad. I wanted this green herb, dude. Oh, I gotta go back up this fucking thing.
Got a long way to go.
No kidding, Ethan. Whole area I used to do on 30 FPS. No. Don't think so. I'm gonna try to grab this green herb again. I mean, I probably don't need to.
No.
I don't think.
She's long lost all her humanity.
son.
Here, please. Yeah, there's a lockpick in there, but we don't need that. We need flashes for this part coming up.
Another one?
Wow, okay. Didn't even use a flash. There's 12. What? There's 12,000 in that fucking box? What the hell? That's so much. The chem fluid in here. You get so much money in this section of the game. It's crazy. Hey, Talithmar and Nox, thank you for the resubs, guys. You actually want to wait to shoot this thing because it pulls you closer.
Shit, that was close.
Boss generally has more money. Yeah, I mean, you get more money in general, but still, it's a lot. It didn't take that long, Bach. It took me like 5 or maybe like 6 or 7 tries. I don't know. I practiced that fight so much, it comes back to me pretty quickly. The fight is just so like specific. Fucking chat.
Soon, she'll start her ceremony with your rose. If that happens, it's all over.
I didn't call Bach anything.
That's the
What?
whole village. Don't worry.
Yeah, I remember that, Bach. Yeah, it's like it's really important that you like the fight is so terrible unless you can get the mind strat. Yeah, I don't know if you
Take Rose?
I don't know if you did end up like learning the super optimal strat, but I mean, I'm sure you know at least, but like the whole reason we're able to kill him in the speedrun is because we can stack 9 mines and hit his weak spot, which does like triple damage. I think Moreau has like 26,000 health and the mine stack does like 10,000 or something. It's like, it's fucking absurd.
I've expanded my servant.
Yeah, the mines are so fucking loud.
Come take a look.
Alright, we need to go to B4. People were telling me you did like an interview or something, Bach. I didn't get a chance to see it.
Must be busy.
There's a timing to run past this guy, but I can't remember, man. I can't remember, man. Yo, shark. You need to go low FPS for this? Damn, dude, I don't know. Thank you so much for the raid, Shark. Were you doing more Dead Space? What were you up to? Is it 30? Maybe you need to go 30 FPS here, but I don't think so. I don't know. I'm just gonna bait out this guy, I guess. I don't fucking remember. I'm just gonna wait. You're back on Dead Space 2. Oh, nice. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Okay, I forgot about this fucking guy on the fucking door. God, dude.
It's dark.
Oh, this part. It's dark. What? This line is so stupid. It's dark. Yeah, no fucking shit, Ethan. No fucking shit. It's dark. All right, you know what? I'm gonna kill these fucking idiots. Actually, no, I don't really want to kill them.
It's dark.
Okay, you know what? I'm checking my VOD. Fuck this shit. I don't care. Fuck you. God damn it, man. Dude, I took like a fucking pee break or something in the middle of the run. What the hell is this? Okay, hold on. I gotta see how I go past this guy. Oh, wait, what the fuck? I just fucking blast this dude. Okay.
It's dark.
Voss equals VOD open speedrun. True. It's dark. God damn it. No! Fuck. God, this fuck, man. Fuck, dude. It's dark. Excuse me, coming through. Hob did this no hit. Yeah, but I don't think he did it on Village of Shadows difficulty. That's for sure. Also, Resident Evil really isn't that hard of a game to no hit. You just need to know the strats. We need to switch to 30 FPS. Coming through. Yo, Colonel Fats, thank you so much for the raid. What's going on, everybody? We still got 3 flashes. That's good. I'm not talking smack. I'm just saying that no hitting the RE games is really not that hard. Well, it depends on the game, and it depends what difficulty, but... Can you use Rio Tuner to change the FPS faster? I mean, I could, but I really don't care that much, and I can just change it in the game, so... Just gonna do that instead.
Naturally.
Alright. We need to buy the ammo upgrade. Which is, oh, here it is.
I saw you eyeing.
So this is a ammo capacity upgrade for the Magnum, which also refills our ammo for the Magnum. Now we're gonna use this to blast the shit out of the boss coming up. Well, yeah, I mean, the speed... in an efficient run, you don't really get hit for the most part in the speed run. There's a few exceptions to that, though.
Time to die.
He's dead.
Now stay down.
There's a... I don't know. We probably don't need to grab this, but... There's a chem and an herb in this room over here, I think. So I'm gonna grab that. Just for safety. Have you played the Resident Evil games before, Colonel? Alright, we really don't have that much of the run left now, chat. I mean, I think like 15 minutes in terms of the speed run. It's gonna be a bit longer than that, though, if we like watch some of the cutscenes. You did 4 and 5 and then eventually 6. Have you not played 7 or 8? You really should. Well, I mean, I think you should. Am I running anything else after this? No. This is the final run of the night. And then the plan is to finish the marathon tomorrow. And...
So stay out of it.
Yeah, tomorrow's probably going to be a pretty long stream, potentially. Different priorities. Yeah, no, I mean, I totally get it. Seven and 8 are a lot of fun, though.
That bastard.
You're feeling like playing a horror game. 7 and 8 are very good. Well, I would say 7 is more of like a horror than 8, I guess. They're both kind of horror. Time for the true horror.
I told you to leave it alone, Ethan. You are in the way.
What do you care, Chris? You killed my wife, you son of a bitch!
You think I killed Mia? That wasn't her. It was Miranda.
What?
She's a bioweapon. She changed her appearance and pretended to be Mia. Seems she also survived being shot, so now I'm here to finish the job.
Bullshit! Why don't you fucking tell me right away?
Because I knew you would want to be involved. And this job is hard enough without civilians getting in the way.
Why us, Chris? What the hell is going on?
All right, Ethan. All right. I guess I owe you an explanation. Hand me that wrench. Long story short, Miranda's fucking insane. In this village, all these monsters and freaks, this is her life's
It's the
work.
boss baby, chat.
Some sort of crazy experiment with the mold.
The mold. Like Louisiana. God damn it. All this time, I thought I could save my family. I can't escape from here. I can't do anything!
That might not be true. Take a look at this. My men sent those pictures a few minutes ago.
Miranda.
Keep looking.
Here comes the hardest boss.
Rose.
You know, funny enough,
Oh shit, we gotta go!
Relax, my men are
this
monitoring
boss
the situation.
is actually
They have my daughter.
very
You don't
tough
get it.
for people on
You
console.
don't stand a chance against Miranda by yourself.
If you're on keyboard mouse, this boss is pretty fine, but a lot of people got hard stuck here trying to do this boss on
Stay down here
controller.
and finish planting explosives. You take that elevator.
It's hard to
and get
aim
your
at his
tops
weak
out.
spots on
I promise you, we will
controller.
get your daughter back. Together.
Damn straight we will. And when I find her,
I don't know. I just remember a bunch of people like saying
She's a dead
saying Heisenberg is
All right, Ethan. And you take
like
this
very difficult.
and do me a favor.
Do I play Souls games,
Try to stay
KBM? No, not really. I've learned. I learned how to play DS2 with Kate. Well, I do like hybrid for the games. Also, there's a heal over here I want to grab. So like if KBM is faster for like menuing, I will use it.
metal polymer
Yeah,
composite.
Colonel Fats. I feel like
Time
it
to
doesn't.
fight fire with
KBM or controller doesn't really matter for the combat. It's just the menuing sometimes that's faster on keyboard mouse.
I'm coming, Rose.
So we actually, by shooting the cannon backwards, we launch ourselves into the elevator. Saves a little bit of time. What's up, Bubbles? Have you been running anything lately, Bubbles? I feel like the I remember you were running Oblivion Remastered.
You're like a goddamn cockroach! You think you can take me on? Fine. This will be before I kill you. Of course, there'll be another edition going over.
I don't think I hit the weak spot there. What's the best Resident Evil? Kind of subjective. For me, it's probably like RE4 Remake That was not good. Probably like RE4 remake or Resident. I don't know. RE4 remake. I don't know. All the remakes are really good, and RE7 and RE8. It's hard to say. Oh no 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 no. This fight is so fucking long, dude. If you had to choose, I would probably say, I don't know, you should play both, but I guess like Resident Evil 7, probably. If you're looking for like a horror game, RE7 is better. Sorry, you probably can't even fucking hear me. This shit is so loud. Dude, how is this shit not over yet? Fucking die, dude. I think he's dead. He's in a good spot at least. Oh my god! We got the insta. That's actually really good. So just to give some context why I was pogging there, when this guy goes into phase 2, he needs to be in the dead center of the arena. Now, if you kill him on the edge of the arena, he'll slowly crawl to the center of the arena, and then he'll use his ability. So if you kill him, if you phase transition him directly in the center, it can save like, I don't know, 10 seconds or something. Also, so the fastest strat here is to literally just sit in his crotch and spam shotgun. I mean, the point of this marathon isn't to set world records, it's just to show off the strats and stuff. Your only fan. Only fans. How many games have I ran overall? Too many, man.
You really should have taken my deal. You only close in the afterlife. Rose's power is gone. Right after I murdered This can't be the end for me! I must kill her!
I'd like to make this marathon like a yearly thing. I don't think I could do it more than once a year, but... But at the same time, if I do it once a year, I'm gonna be fucking... I'm gonna be rusty.
I dealt with Heisenberg.
Like,
I'm gonna find Miranda
and get Rose back.
After a year goes by, it's so easy to just forget everything.
Rose?
Ethan! Ethan, respond!
Mia?
Like the Rusty runs better. Yeah, I mean, there's like a balance though.
She's everything to me.
I mean, the run doesn't have to be like world record level, but I would still like to at least do all the strats
Lost your lead.
and skips and stuff.
What are you going to do?
I don't know, but I'm saving Rose.
You'd never know, do you? Even when I took Mia's place in your home. Poor Ethan.
Who are you?
How'd the Liza P run end up? It was okay.
Enough.
I mean, far from like what you guys do.
Remember Evelyn and her power over them all?
It was alright.
Rose is her successor. No. Rose is Evelyn's true, complete form. She will grow to fully control the masses. And I must stop.
Fuck you, you crazy bitch!
Yeah, I mean, the +5 glaive is so OP, and I didn't even have Huoko's amulet.
The
Or,
Megamycete catalogs all of us.
whatever the other one is.
However, she will be reborn as my daughter.
She's my child, not yours. Where are you? Show yourself!
Why did Rose come to be? Was it because of her parents? And you are truly a special case. But I've learned all I can from you. Your worth as a lab rat has run out.
Miranda! You coward! Come out and face me!
Don't worry. Your death will come quick.
I'm kind of sad that the marathon's coming to an end soon, but at the same time, the next time we do the marathon, who knows? Maybe we'll add Resident Evil 9, maybe Neo 3.
The ceremony will be complete, and I will become her true mother.
Maybe some other games as well. Welcome to the game 3. True. The DLC route. People kept asking me to do the DLC, but I was like, I've only played the DLC one time. I really don't want to try to run the DLC.
Vessel or not, I can't wait to see my true child again.
No, I never ran Neo 2. I ran Neo 1, and I kind of wanted to do Neo in the marathon, but I don't think it's going to make an appearance.
Captain, I've confirmed the death of Ethan Winters. I wasn't able to retrieve the body, but I've recorded evidence.
Maybe next time you'll practice? Practice for what? What do you mean?
My team and I were careless. Yesterday, we took down the transformed Miranda, but we didn't kill her.
Who knew she could fake being a corpse?
Since Miranda could have infected Ethan, I forcefully took him and Rose with us. But the vehicle they were riding in was attacked. When I got to the wreck, Ethan and Rose
I ran Night Rain so much and didn't bother with Liza P DLC. How are those related?
The last time I was able to contact Ethan, I heard Miranda's voice.
I mean, I played the Liza P DLC. I thought it was good.
And she is not gonna get away with
But
it.
I didn't really care to speedrun it. I never speedran Night Rain, though.
God damn it, when does it end?
What's that, sir? The mission?
All of it. 3 years trying to put this thing in the ground. 3 years too long.
We'll get her, Captain. The squad's ready for you.
I mean, I played Night Rain a lot, but yeah, I never speedran it. Speedrunning Night Rain is kind of ass. Yeah, I have a VODs channel. If you type !VODs, you can check it out.
So BSAA got here already. They didn't waste any time.
Mission adjustment?
No, doesn't change anything. Terminate Miranda and rescue Rose.
Thank you,
That's
Red
the
Planet.
mission. And failure's not an option.
Let's have some fun, people. Like old times.
Move out.
Roger.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Night Rain is just a weird speedrun because, like,
BSAA is doing here. Find out what you can.
it's like the games where the game is on a timer. I don't get games where you're like that are basically just auto scrollers or like 2 minutes of the Night Rain speedrun is the only thing that matters. Like the boss fight is the only thing that, well, that's not true. There's like, I don't know, maybe like 4 or 5 minutes of the Night Rain run is actually relevant.
Recon, we know Miranda's plan.
I mean, the whole run is relevant because you need to find buffs and stuff, but I don't know, Night Rain is just a shit speed game. I want to learn like SM64,
Hey, Alpha.
like 16 star. I think that'd be fun. I think it's a pretty easy run to learn too. It only takes like a day.
They've gone too far. Christ.
Looks pretty rough down there. How are you planning on reaching the objective?
First, we're gonna have to take that thing out.
Got your back, boss.
It'd be fun to do SM64 in like the marathon.
Everyone watch
All right,
hostile
I need to shoot this guy the moment he
Make
crawls
contact
in,
with a group of hostile bioweapons.
because it makes him fall down for some reason.
Western route is clear.
Roger that.
Coming through, gentlemen.
BSAA craft spotted. 2 guards. I can take them.
Don't get cocky.
Yeah, Colonel Fats. Yeah, the glitched route is. I don't know. I like skips and glitches, but when you start skipping so many of the boss fights, it's like, I don't know. I mean, it's cool as like a novelty, but like grinding those kind of runs isn't as fun.
Large mutated bioweapon sighted.
Hey, boss, it's me. The boat might be releasing infectious bugs and kids. I hate your monster, so.
Roger.
We're gonna grab this extra stuff here.
Help yourself.
Want some extra supplies?
Umberise, I need some backup.
I've never heard of you to my sea clothing. It's so huge. I recognize you, boss. Keep going.
Run alongside the ship. She thinks she died and gone to hell.
Coming through, gentlemen.
Reach the target location. Damn, this is big.
There's only one
All
glitchless
right,
skip in the DLC.
Marking the target.
Roger that, boss.
It would be cool if there was like an all bosses category, but you also did like skips. Or maybe there is a category like that. I actually don't know.
Reloading now. Just a minute. There's a swarm headed that way.
No, I'm not supposed to do that. Oh.
Okay, Captain. I'm reloaded. Ready when you are. And over here. Looks like it's about to collapse. Hold your horses. I'm reloading.
Hold your horses.
Is that Roger?
Hold your horsies. Oh, this might not be good.
I'm reloading. Where should I point next? The mold is rapidly expanding. Must be something stimulating. Take that!
Looks good.
Megamycete must be low.
Captain, I'll compare the mold
Give me the heal, man. Fuck.
There's no sign of the genome editing we saw in the E-series. The stuff originated here.
It's actually faster to reload the guns. Oh, I'm gonna get hit. It's faster to reload the gun if you don't fully empty the mag, by the way. Oh, come on, man. I don't know why I'm not hitting that straight.
Lobo, I got a tough guy here. I'm gonna need
Lobo.
There's an opening in the roof. Use it.
Oh.
Good. I'll signal with the locator.
He's done. That's bad.
Nice. Awesome.
I like how I have like 900 ammo. I don't think he's gonna. Well, actually, he might let me do this. Dude, I fucking missed him. Oh, that's not good, chat. Hold your horsies. Yeah, that's not good. He might die here.
Prepping the next round. Just a sec.
Wait, you're not. Wait, I thought he was dead. Oh my god, he's not dead. What? There we go. I think. Yeah. I'm gonna take his weapon. I don't think we need it, but I'm gonna take it anyways.
I'll keep going. The rest of you, stay above ground.
Several of Hobbs' no-hit attempts ended. I'm not surprised.
So if Miranda was the fake Mia, where's the real one? I doubt she saw any further use for her. I don't get any of this. How did Miranda even know Rose exists? A moldy little bird told her, maybe?
We can figure that out later. Focus on the plan. I found it. It's the Megamycete.
This mod is so stupid. I love it.
Alpha to squad. I've located the Megamycete.
You know, it's funny. This mod used to not work in this part of the game.
About damn time.
But the creator, like, I don't know, a year or two ago, he updated the mod so the baby is in the second part of the game. Because apparently Chris's face is like a different model in this part of the game.
Let's get out of here and blow the damn place.
So you have to replace like 2 separate models.
Not taking any more chances. I'm going in.
Roger that. Standing by. Captain, I have eyes on Miranda at the ceremony site.
Keep your distance. Do not move until I give the order.
I know it's too late now, but we really should have told Ethan the plan.
There wasn't time. We didn't expect Miranda to act so soon.
Even so,
The mod? Nah.
Yeah. This must be Miranda's lab.
Can you actually throw it through the...
Show me your hands! Umbrise, this is Alpha. Where is Miranda right now?
Still at the ceremony site. Whatever she's doing, she's staying put.
God damn. It really is you. I'm glad you saved me. Why are you here?
I was caught in Houston experiments.
Wait, did you say Mia? Mia Winters?
In the flesh. What's the situation up there?
Kind of a war going on. Nothing we can't handle.
You guys think we're gonna see Ada in Resident Evil 9?
I'm headed to the ceremony site.
Wait. You can't leave me here. You promised, damn it. You said that you would keep us safe.
I mean, I feel like if Leon is in it,
everything that you
Ada
asked.
probably
We moved over here,
will be
everything.
too.
And I didn't care. So long as we were together. So you tell me, where is my husband?
But the thing is, dude,
Where is my
Ada's gonna be
daughter?
old as fuck as well.
He's gone.
There's gonna be like 50-year-old Ada.
I couldn't save him. But I can save Rose.
So, I mean, no, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm sure she'll still be good looking, regardless, but...
Come on. It's not safe here after all.
What do you mean he's gone?
He's dead. I'm sorry, Mia, but we have to leave. We have to destroy this village.
No! You're wrong. I tried to keep this a secret, but... You don't understand how special he is.
Leon Ada hookup scene would be epic. Okay, dude.
What's going on?
Epic, bruh.
Someone there? It's cold. How did I get here? God, it's freezing.
Hold on, I'll be back in a sec, chat. Should probably skip this cutscene because it's like fucking 10 minutes long, but whatever. I'm not really in. I don't know if it's actually that long. It's like 5 minutes or something, but I'm gonna just take a short break. I'll be right back. I'm not in any rush. This is the last game of the last game for tonight.
Evelyn? How are you here?
You're dead.
Dead? I mean, Miranda. She... no. I still have to save Rose.
Wrong! It wasn't Miranda. You were always dead.
What are you saying? I can still...
See? Miranda didn't kill you. You mean you didn't think it was weird? No matter how much you got hurt? Remember. Years ago, the Baker house. You were murdered by Jack. You died there 3 years ago.
That's impossible. No way.
You shouldn't even be able to walk around.
All right, I'm back.
Messing with my head.
You shouldn't be walking.
Screw you! What am I? I did all that.
I missed an incredible revelation. Yeah?
Mia.
What was the point of the grenades in the cell? There was no point. I was just throwing grenades. Well, you can actually throw a grenade to break. There's like a lock on the door, and you can throw the grenade to break the lock, which I think is slightly more efficient than aiming down the gun, because I think when you throw the grenade, you don't actually lose move speed, but when you aim down the sights of the gun, you do.
No. Rose. I have to save my daughter.
Yeah, we're basically at the end of the game, chat. We just got a little ride with Big Man. And then it's final boss fight.
I will save Rose!
At last, he awakes.
Where am I?
My carriage, Ethan. You were having a nightmare.
Duke?
Your battle with Heisenberg was a sight to see. But to think Miranda would show herself.
How long have I been out?
Not long till dawn.
Duke, I need a favor. Take me to Miranda.
I assumed as much and am already on the way. We should arrive
When does
shortly.
Code Vein 2 come out, by the way, chat?
Thank you.
Is it the 29th?
Ethan,
Or wait, no, it's
are you
pretty
sure of
soon,
this?
isn't it?
Your body is
Because isn't there like 3-day early access?
apart.
Yes.
Foolish of me to ask.
Speaking of foolish questions, what are you?
The
Even
26th?
I can't quite answer that.
Yeah, I'm gonna play Code Vein 2.
We're here.
I owe you one.
Mr. Winters. I'm afraid
Yeah, so
you
I mean
can't
that's...
return to
Wait,
your
what
old
day is it
world
today?
any longer.
It is 17th. Okay, yeah. It's in like 9 days then.
Yeah.
Nice. I kind of want to play some more. I kind of want to play Night Rain again a little bit because they released like an update and buffed some classes. I mean, not like a crazy amount, but I do kind of want to play Night Rain a little bit.
Preparation is more important now than ever before.
All right, so now we sell everything.
And buy it I will.
And we're gonna upgrade our rifle a lot.
Lost an entire territory to transact in. Leave this to me. This simple modification can be done in just a moment. Worry not. You can buy it back if you like.
Did I not sell the Magnum?
I suppose you'd call this a farewell to arms.
Yeah, we go all in. We're gonna buy all the heals, all the rifle ammo, the mines, pipes.
Please, be well.
Thanks.
All right, we got 70 ammo for our 80 ammo. Now we're gonna make all right. No attachment. You don't have attachments for the rifle. All right, we've got 10 mines, 8 pipe bombs, 80 sniper ammo, 5 heals. We're in pretty good shape. Wait, can I make another heal? Okay, 7 heals. Will it be enough? Yes.
Out of my way.
You actually need like 50 ammo, I think, for the fight. Like 50 or 60.
Go.
Yeah, thank you, Colonel. Thanks again for the raid.
Little Ava, my beautiful daughter. Come to me. Ava, is that you? Oh, how I've missed you. What?
Realized it was Chris.
My power is leaving me.
Rose! Miranda!
Interesting. Your body certainly isn't normal.
Give Rose to me. Now!
You will see. Once I kill you properly, everything.
Get her now! Let go!
I've spent a lifetime creating this moment, and you try to take it away from me. I will take what is due. My desires will be fulfilled! Rose is mine!
What the fuck?
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. You disposed of my false children and awakened glorious
That's not good.
I assure you I'll provide her with truth.
So now you can die.
Damn you, bitch.
Understand the level of how can you deny me?
Why the hell didn't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
You won't.
The Megamycete saved me from despair. It granted me this splendid power.
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
Die and be swallowed into the Megamycete for all time. Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time for that.
The hell are you?
If I combine Rose with a Megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century! All for this day!
How are you not fucking dead, lady?
She's my goddamn daughter, you psycho!
I will not let him or anyone else kill my daughter.
What are you? Die, dude! I hit you with fucking 10 mines, lady. What the fuck?
This is how it ends. To ensure I never see you.
GG. Yeah, I missed a lot of shots.
My daughter!
I don't know. There's a thing with this fight where she can iframe all the mines if I don't know why it happens. But yeah, she can. I don't know if the mines did full damage because
It's all right.
didn't seem like they did.
It's all right.
Ethan! Ethan! Come on, Ethan. Come on, Ethan, wake up.
Chris.
Ethan. You did it. It's finished.
I think we've finished each other.
Ethan. We gotta move. Keep moving, Ethan. There's a bomb in that thing that'll blow this whole village sky high. Hey, look at me. When I hit this trigger, we can't be anywhere near it. Ah, damn it. Mia's waiting for you. She's alive, you hear me? Alive.
Mia, I'm so sorry. I love you. Keep Rose safe.
Hey, hey. Hey. And you tell yourself. Now come on, it's not that much further.
Watch over her. Teach her to be strong.
God damn.
Goodbye, Rosemary.
Ethan.
Poor Ethan.
Rose!
Go. Go, take us up now.
Wait! Where's Ethan?
Get moving. We have to get clear.
No, we can't go. Not without my husband.
Sit down and strap in.
Leon dies in Requiem, you're gonna be
Where
pissed.
Ethan is. I know he
I
wouldn't
mean,
abandon us.
He's getting older.
Tell
So
me what's going on. Where?
I mean, I guess they can always... Like, what, are they gonna have Leon in the next game, like, 70 years old or something? I guess they could always do, like, a prequel, though.
Sit down.
Or something. For a new game. If they want to bring him back.
Chris,
They won't kill off their
what have you
golden
done?
He's
goose.
gone. I tried.
A prequel to what?
So we could
I don't
all
know,
escape.
man.
I'm sorry.
Captain, you need to see this. BSA.
Use the plot of cloning Leon. Yeah.
This is a bioweapon.
What the hell were they thinking?
Orders, Captain.
Pick up the rest of the squad. Plot a course for BSA Europe HQ. Someone's gotta pay.
I really do wonder what direction they're gonna take RE9 though. Like, is RE9 gonna set up like a sequel, like RE10? Just gonna be like its own thing? 'Cause, I mean, with RE7, it was kind of obvious that like the story was gonna continue, right? Hope it leads to Outbreak remasters. I don't know, I heard somebody was saying that Code Veronica might be like the next remake. I mean, who knows? I think if they're gonna do another remake though, it's definitely gonna be Code Veronica or Resident Evil 5. I actually think an RE5 remake would be sick as fuck. Like RE5, like the boss fights reimagined in RE5. Some of the boss fights in RE5 are ass, but like RE5 in the modern RE engine with good movement and also co-op and like new remade boss fights. Like, I don't know, dude. I feel like RE5 could be so good, potentially. RE5 co-op as a remake? Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the whole thing about RE5 is the co-op aspect of it, right? If they remade RE5 and it wasn't co-op, or like you weren't able to play a co-op, that would be horrible. I mean, I think that they know that if they were to release RE5 remake without co-op, there would be like a huge amount of backlash.
Gifts we gave, but more you took, she snarled. So more in turn is due. In a blink, the girl was trapped inside a mirror.
Not a fan of reinventing the entire canon.
All day and at last arrived. With
what?
rampant rage, Father fought the witch, while Mother's loving touch shattered the dark enchantment. But the witch was strong, and Father yelled,
SM64
"Save our
got its
daughter."
official
So
PC
Mother bore
port.
their child to safety as the forest
Official?
was consumed. Even now, the burnt forest is a grim reminder of Father's sacrifice. To this day, any child who stares too long into the charred wasteland will be haunted by nightmares of getting lost while picking berries.
There's no way it's like endorsed by Nintendo. RE5 is great, but it denies all the people looking for a single player focus. Well, you can still play the game single player though. I mean, hell, people love RE4 Remake, and half the game you have Ashley fucking following you. I don't see how RE5 is really that. Want RE5 Remade as a proper solo experience, but you can play the game solo. Am I fucking crazy? Bro, what? Sheva's AI sucks? Yeah, and I mean, the remake is obviously gonna improve on that. But I don't see how... I'm not sure what you guys are trying to say, but... Don't say you guys. Well, it's just a saying. I mean, obviously, you guys in chat don't think I'm talking about every single one of you. And if you do, well, I'm sorry, but you need to use your brain a bit more. Anyways, I mean, I don't know. I think it would be crazy if they made RE5 Remake like are you guys saying, or well, the people in chat who are talking about that, are you saying you want it to be only one character? Like you just get rid of Sheva, or like you only play as Sheva, or you only play as Chris? Because that's like crazy. That's like, I don't know. That's like changing the game way too much. In my opinion, that'd be very strange. Alright, chat. Well, anyways, I hope they do an RE5 remake. I think that would be a lot of fun. And we could do co-op with like a bunch of other streamers and whatnot. After this marathon is over, this is really random, chat, but I kind of want to try the Garden of Eyes mod for Elden Ring. Even though it's paid, which is cringe. I don't know. I kind of want to try the mod. It looks like it has some cool stuff to it. Yeah, I'm saving you guys all the money for paying for it yourself. You really want RE0 remake? Oh god, no. I mean, yeah, like, guys, I know it's cringe that you have that, like, the mod is paid, but I don't know. I was like watching some videos, and there's like whole new areas and like boss arenas that they put in the Garden of Eyes mod. I don't know. It looks cool. It looks cool. Maybe it's not cool, but I don't know. I want to try it. This mod is not finished and all buggy. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I'm probably gonna try it. I'll probably try it for like one stream and see what it's like. Maybe after the marathon. All right. Well, thank you all for watching, guys. I'm gonna call it a night here. I made 60K or more from this marathon. I wish. I mean, I'm not denying that like 6,000 to 7,000 subs is a lot, but it's definitely not 60K. I mean, I make 350 from each sub, but then if people sub from a different country, like if somebody subs from, I don't know, some countries subs are only worth like $1. So I think from those subs I might get like 70 cents. I'm not sure. But I have nothing against I'm just saying that it's not like if you see 5,000 subs, every single one of them is worth 350. I mean, some of them are, but my point is not all of them. But yeah, anyways, thank you guys for all the support throughout the marathon. I think tomorrow is going to be the last day of the marathon, chat. Probably gonna be a pretty long, yeah, I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow.
Hey, Dad. Happy birthday. Sorry I missed last
I'm just saying I didn't make 60K,
I
alright?
have a lot of tests coming up. You know how it is. Talk of the goddamn devil. Duty calls. I love you.
Yeah, I found her. Where else? Today of all days. We have a situation.
Yeah, seriously, thank you for all the support throughout the marathon, guys.
Don't you ever call me that again.
Whoa, it's just a joke, Rose.
I can show you things even Chris doesn't know I can do.
Man, I'm hungry.
Stand down. I can handle it. She's just a kid.
I don't know what you're talking about, Red Planet, but you know, whatever. I don't know. Keep posting whatever you want. I don't care.
You're
Clearly,
all like him, you know?
Clearly nothing I've said has
I know.
impacted you. I don't know if he's trolling or not. I don't know. I'm confused. All right. Well, GG RE8. I love this game, man. I love doing. I don't know which is my favorite Resident Evil game, but I don't know. RE8 speedrun is just the village. I like the Village of Shadows run a lot. It's just so technical. Just a fun run. A lot of good sections. Yeah. Thank you all for watching, guys. Tomorrow is going to be the final day of the marathon. I don't know. You know what? Actually, hold on. Let me take a look at my game list and see. I'm not sure how long I don't think, I don't know. It's probably going to be like an 8 to 10 hour stream tomorrow. We've got 5 more games left in the marathon, chat. Bonus game 23. Well, yeah. 3 more bonus games, 2 more regular games. Five times a muck. It's gonna be a pretty packed day tomorrow. A lot of good games, chat. So no, I didn't do Doom Eternal. Will I start early? I mean, I'll start once I wake up. So I don't know. I don't like set my alarm. I just wake up when I wake up. So I will be streaming when I wake up. Probably like 10 or 11 a.m. my time, Central Standard Time. Maybe a bit earlier if I fall asleep early tonight. We'll see. But yeah, probably between like, probably start around like 10 a.m. to noon. Like a rough estimate, I would say. Can we do a not die marathon? If we die, what, a permadeath marathon? That sounds horrible. No thanks. All right, guys. I'm gonna give a raid. Who should I raid?